Let us begin, shall we? Oh, and yeah, no D&D today. The DM wasn't really feeling well today. Well, wasn't really feeling well a few days ago and said he wanted a break for this week, so no D&D, but the closest we can get to D&D is, well, playing a game that, well, sort of follows the rules of D&D. Tyranny. Anyway, let us begin. Right then. And so it begins. Well, not begins. So it continues. Oh shit. There we go. What? Can I? Oh, my keys paused. That's why. Well, Reddick.
My Lord Binder, you have something which requires my attention? What can I do for you?
We'll talk later. We'll talk later. Any new dialogue options? Ebb nods. Ebb nods at your approach and offers a curt bow.
What is it you need?
Okay, nothing new.
At your service, Fatebinder. What do you need?
I'll talk again later. Oh, and, yeah, I also just realized, about Rivan's Beastman tribe that he was in. It turns out it was actually the Disfavored who fucked over his tribe. The Scarlet Chorus actually had nothing to do with it. Oh my god, I sided with the wrong faction the whole time. Oh well, at least we kind of, compensated that by having the Scarlet Chorus lead the charge against, the Tearsman's, the Spire. So, I guess that's something. And I guess we could say in character that Rivan just realized it. Oh, wait a minute. Those motherfucking disfavored legions are the ones who actually destroyed my tribe, not the Scarlet Chorus. Because, like, I'm guessing, yeah, they would probably do their best to censor out what specific faction actually fucked over his tribe, so, yeah. And then Rivan eventually discovered that it was in fact a disfavored who fucked over his tribe, not the Scarlet Chorus. In fact, they had nothing to do with it. And in fact, the Scarlet Chorus are actually more or less in good terms with the Beastman tribes around their area. So, yeah, disfavored fucking lied. But anyway, back to it. Greetings. Fatebinder, you return. Rogalis looks up you up and down with an inscrutable expression. You look as you have questions for me to untangle. Ask, I am feeling generous. Tell me about the past Archons. Rin, the second Archon of Lightning, often struggled to control the power that roiled within him. If he suffered but a single slip of concentration, he risked an instant electrocution to his touch. Or so he claimed after killing the first Archon of Water during a diplomatic embrace. Where did you study when you were younger? I've been a ward of the court as long as I've been aware. As a child, I demonstrated wholly perfect recall, and I absorbed all that Tunin and my tutors had to offer. I remember hating all of my lectures and wishing I could learn at my pace. Funny how I envy the sages of the Tears, how they spend their whole lives reading and never exhaust their library. Of course, now, the Vellum Citadel is nothing more than a burning waste. What do you think about the other Fatebinders? You'll need to be more specific than that. I'm afraid there is, on the last count, slightly more than a handful of us. Well, what's your opinion of me? I have pondered your impulsive nature. It vexes me constantly. Your support of the Scarlet Chorus only affirms my beliefs that you're among the more severe and unpredictable members of our office. Well, that's what I hope to be. After all, it keeps the enemies on their toes against me. It strikes them with fear of uncertainty. But anyway, what's your opinion on the war? The Fatebinder War? Nunovel's keen, brash, and a hearty braggart with a fondness for bloodshed. He can be utterly unbearable sometimes. His justice is fair, even if he skews towards rather exacting and uncompromising punishments at times. What about the Fatebinder balance? Kalia is the finest among us. Her discernment is beyond reproach, she is perhaps Tudin's favorite. She has a mind for suspicion and observation that makes others uneasy. We who operate within the confines of the law have nothing to fear, of course. Can you tell me about the old walls in Bane? The Bane? Where should I start? Tell me about the old walls. We know enough about the ancient structures, save that they predate all historical record. The forbidding ruins crisscrossed the tiers and north alike centuries before we raised our cities. The only one old enough to guess is likely Kairos. Tell me about the Bane. The Bane are found in the old walls, but much of their defining qualities still escape me. They are creatures of smoke, and claw and fang. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to fight one, remember that spells are effective against them, but grab the attention of others lurking nearby. Actually, I did not pick up. Okay, they're just in structures. Okay. I would like to know more about the tiers. The political entities of the tiers are essentially split between the Bastard Tier, the Younger Realms, and the Free Cities. Of which would you like to know? What can you tell me about the Bastard Tier? The Bastard Tier is the most northern of the tiers and was the first to bow to Kairos' reign. Though the knee they bent fell unwillingly, Kairos had his eyes on the Bastard Tier for many years before he marched on her capital city. This is the hub of trade and commerce. Claim the markets, and the people will follow. I'm curious to know more about the Younger Realms. The Younger Realms sprawl in the middle and southernmost tiers can be cataloged as follows: Apex, Azure, Haven, and Stalwart. Azure was renowned for its exceptionally fertile land, which fed the whole of the tiers that was before Tyrus' Edict of Stone blighted the land. Stalwart is also worthy mention, for it comprises of the whole southernmost tier, and improves the most toughest and most defensible of the realms. It is often said that the other realms will not fall while Stalwart yet stands. The local army wages bitter war against the disfavored, though the Edict of Storms has cut off the best of their defenses. It is only a matter of time before Stalwart falls. I would like to hear about the Free Cities. There are 3 free cities remaining: Last Harbor, Spiral's Maw, and Barris in Chains. The first and strongest of the free cities was the setting sun, which Tyros crushed in 429 with the Edict of Tumult. After that, the remaining free cities were quick to surrender. Right to my other questions. I wish to speak about the sages. I will not speak of the sages. They are no better than the charlatans and cons, wholly selfish in their ill pursuit to hold all knowledge from others. They are blinded by their own deceptions and clever manipulations. They alone cause their own undoing and are solely to blame for the burning library. One of the most grievous of wrongs in the known histories, for which they can never be forgotten. Farewell. Fatebinder Calio. Regards, Rivan. You look as if you need something. Calio tips her head to the one side, a glimmer of curiosity in her dark, discerning eyes. What can I do for you? Calio touches a gentle hand to your shoulder. Has anything happened while I was away? Nunovel was dispatched to Stalwart to break the stalemate between the locals and the disfavored. He proclaimed the Kairos' Edict of Storms, shattering the country with winds unending. You appear to know much of my actions. Have you been spying on me? Don't act so surprised. It is my duty to ensure that those who operate under the Educator's name adhere to the spirit of his law, if not the very letter. Of course, I have nothing to hide. So you say, but I have to weigh all the evidence presented before me with an objective eye. Assume you are being watched, Fatebinder, but don't concern yourself. That's no more than any citizen of the Empire can expect. Have you occupied your time in the bastard city? Tunin sends me on assignments here and there. I settle disputes between the locals with the abjugators otherwise occupied. She smirks. Everything from trade disagreements to pushing chorus squatters out of the basements. Real rewarding work. She waves it off. The glory of war is not an honor reserved for the likes of us. We're fish swimming in Tunin's wake, picking up the scraps along the way. We're rather large and imposing compared to the bottom feeders of the tiers, but fish all the same. I would like to know more about Tunin. Tunin is our overlord's fair and exacting abjugator. He speaks with the voice of Kairos' law, and his word is judgment. All of this and more you can learn by asking him yourself. Go on, or does he intimidate you still? She chuckles softly. I jest, of course. Well, I bear some concerns about the war. You're free to share them in my confidence. She leans closer. Well, I have to say our armies squabble at each other's throats, divided. We are not likely to win at this state. I'm less concerned about the armies than the Archons themselves. There can be no order when the mountains collide. Who would you see as champion? Neither. I'd say they're both at fault and equally inept. Her mood darkens, and then who would lead our advances, or be to deliver Kairos' peace? Would you wear this responsibility as a crown upon your head? You may find it a heavy burden to bear. You misunderstand my intent. Fatebinder studies you with a knowing eye. Do I? Indeed. Farewell. Ah, Rivan, you returned. You return, unscathed and more acclaimed than ever. As seems to be your way. The Fatebinder of War claps you with a good naturally and with excessive strength on the back. Come, you must regale with me and all that your journey has held. I could use a moment of respite between friends. He regards you with a warm, boisterous smile. Speak as you wish. I'd pay a bull's weight in rings to know your thoughts. He rakes a hand through his thick red beard and offers you a grin. Come, let us speak freely. I'm curious. How were you singled out to become a Fatebinder? I cannot speak for the other Fatebinders, but I joined the court when I was yet still a boy, and impetuous beyond reason. I have been imprisoned with a death sentence for the crime of desecrating corpses. He laughs hard and hearty. It was nothing so exciting, so you're no doubt imagining. I was merely burning corpses that awaited burial before the local authorities could see me to the gallows. The aggregator claimed me as a great talent waiting to be realized, needing only to be steered. Why burn the bodies? Corpse piling in the streets spread plague faster than the filthiest of rats. I was but 10 and a weak fighter. I did what I could for my homeland. And why would that be considered a crime? It was a terrible time when the Northmen were of superstitious stock. A time before Kairos brought reason to the realms. The people of my city believe that without proper rights, I was cheating on our fallen warriors from returning to the land. Well, certainly a good thing to inspire you. As I have said, the educator saw within me something of rare value, as is true for us all. You as well were chosen for our great court, for which I am grateful. As the Fate Binder of War, I rely heavily on your talents. Actually, what kind of fate? I forgot. What kind of fate binder is my character? Let's talk about something else. By all means, you are free to pick my mind with enthusiasm. I'm curious about Tunan's mass. They can be rather unsettling, can they? Even to one such as me. But I can assure you, the innocent need not fear their objective, emotionless gaze. What of the Educator's mass specifically would you like to know? Well, I would like to know about the Silent Face. The Silent Face is the face that Tunan shows to us now, and for that we are fortunate beyond belief. The Silent Face is a patient face, a face for listening as Tunan presides over all matters brought to the court, taking great pains to ensure all sides of the issue are heard. I would also like to hear about the face of Rizal. Tunan's last known donning the face of the Rizal was the moment he judged and called ruin to half the districts in the bastard city. Since then, he has ruled our northern tier justly, calmly, and with efficient diplomacy. And what about the face that is no more? Tunan is said to have worn a third mask in aeons past. I have heard rumors that the face displeased Kairos and thus was destroyed, as happens to all persons and objects that displease our overlord. Have you ever seen Tunan change his mask? In the way that you or I would change our raiment? No, not as such. And yet I have seen the mask switch without the Educator or anyone so much as laying a hand on them. It's not as something you can watch unfold. After a time, you can merely realize it has already happened. There is work enough for the court that we shouldn't occupy ourselves wondering over mysteries. Very well. Could you remind me of the history of the origin of the Fate Binders? The seasoned warrior rubs a finger against the line of stubble along his cheek. We are a relatively young order, though we have spanned these past 2 centuries, while the voices of Durat and Graven Ash need armies to execute their will. Tunan wields but a modest court of vassals. We exist as the extension of his law. There is no place of all Terratus beyond our judgment. Tell me more about Kairos' armies, our allies. Ah, yes. With friends like these, our work is often self-explanatory. Were you asking about the Scarlet Chorus or the Disfavored? The Disfavored first. The Disfavored are the iron tip of the Kairos' great phalanx. Armed with the best weapons and the most comprehensive training, led by the brilliant Graven Ash, the Disfavored have no equals in open battle. The Legion has a saying, Graven Ash protects, and it is no empty boast. The Archon of War is able to lend his will and strength to his soldiers and give them endurance beyond human limits. I have a great respect for the Disfavored, but I know where I stand with them. They are a very close-knit band. All of them are from northern families, many of them related to each other. Nunoval sighs. His smile remains wistful. But considering our role in the great hierarchy, I can't fault Graven Ash for being selective. And of the Scarlet Chorus. The Scarlet Chorus soldiers hail from every corner of every realm. As the chorus marches, the conscripts indiscriminately from those it has conquered to replenish its ranks. There's no continuity of command in the chorus. Nerat encourages even the strong to challenge their leaders, but the chorus has numbers, and brute force is almost always a valuable solution, much as Rogalis insists otherwise. Besides, the Scarlet Chorus draws strength from within the multitude it swallows. Its blood chanters have taken knowledge from various tiers mystics, and many of Chorus's best soldiers were grown here in the south. Very well.
I got it.
Right. Let's see here. Where's the frost one? That is a lot. For better stuff, unfortunately. Accuracy, that's nice, but oh, okay. I actually can upgrade that. How much lower? 80. That's a lot. Holy shit! Just for Frostfire? Oh my god. Yeah, I need better lore, but I have to boost my accuracy, but 60 now, I'm just short off. Anyway, lovely. Draw the lock-ons. Residence of War. Speak to the restaurant. Cacophony, Stern Vision, Stern Vision, so you invite to interact with Smile before you listen to Smile. This seal was made with the communications with intelligence. How did I get this? What is that? That was a shield. I don't use shields though, so yeah. Welcome back, kid. Amusing as it would have been to watch the edict drop, I guess I'm glad you lived. Bleeded Mark. Bleeded Mark is Kairos' knife in the shadows, the unseen drop of poison that enforces the Overlord's will. He reports the tuner and the abdicator, serving in his capacity as the final word to those who hold Kairos' law in contempt. Few know of the origin of the Archon of Shadows, or how the Kairos maintains a hold of him. Those who anchored the Archon never live long past sunset. Bleeded Mark, the Archon of Shadows, rouses from a faraway stare, turning to face it with a weary smile. Though he stands still, he seems to sift in and out of the shadows that shroud him. Oh, you've gained wrath, you've lost favor. Sided with the Scarlet Horse, huh? You like secrets and trickery. Ah, silence. The first recourse when you've got something to hide. I imagine you're off to meet with the voices for, well, whatever he has in mind, but first, I need to have a chat. How did I gain favor for that? I'm listening. Everyone's keeping an eye on you, because you did something nobody has done before. Gotta guess as what that might be. Well, I'm definitely not the first person to resolve the edict, because I did, in fact, I'm like the first person in like a long time to have done it, but not actually the very first. Was it 2 edicts? I don't think my character's the first person to have 2 edicts proclaimed. Or engage a war against allied soldiers. I mean, that's also a possibility. Meeny, meeny, money. Or actually the Spire, now that I think about it. Would Rivan say it though? But then again, it's possible that they already know. Actually, no, they already know that because one of the because the second in command for the Voices of Naran had in fact saw Rivan awaken the Spire of the Old Wall, so I guess there's no point hiding it. Well, appears I'm the first Fate Finder to awaken the Spire of the Old Walls. You're not wrong. That was definitely a shock, but I doubt it's the sole reason you've made the tears tremble. Proclaiming an edict isn't new, neither is surviving or resolving the commandments of an edict, but you're the first to proclaim and resolve the very same edict. And it didn't kill you. In one fell swoop, you survived your second edict, resolved the very one you had proclaimed, and woke up an arcane structure that slept for several centuries. I don't care what you do with the information, but you should know the danger you're in now, that you put yourself on the map. When you're dealing with voices, don't forget, he'll be doing everything he can to figure out what makes you different, and how he can use it. He can use it for his own gain. Thanks for the advice. The Archon of Shadow shrugs to you in farewell, but his golden eyes are alight with interest as he watches you. Right. Shit. The fuck do I zoom out again? Yes. Yep, there we go. Where the fuck am I? Oh, no, right. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm right here. No, am I here? Yeah, I'm right here. Sunset Spire, Mountain Spire, Cacophony. I haven't been to the other places yet. Actually, hold on. me. Oh, no. Stashes. Oh, for now. I should probably focus on... Well, since it's nearby, I can just go to the Sunset Spire and... Wait, which spire do I have? Oh, yeah, this one. This one's the spire I unlocked. And, yeah, I'll go to Lethian's Crossing because it's literally nearby. Lethian's Crossing. Let's go. A long trip, but, I mean, cars weren't... Oh. A group of mercenaries, members of the Bronze Brotherhood, are blocking the road to Lethian's Crossing. Cracks knuckles. Let's see. Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm at the very edge of the map. Where is Stealth?
They won't see me coming.
Alright, team, let's move. With caution. Imagine we could just sneak right past him and it's like, oh no. Must be joking. A toll? Oh, I'll pay no such thing. I demand to be let through. Sorry, no one passes through without paying. I guess there's no point in hiding. Aster. A small figure stands before some armor-clad soldiers. His arms move wildly as he gestures in frustration, yelling at the man directly in front of him. Absolutely not! I've come through the Iron Hall Trail more times than I can remember. No one has ever asked for a toll before. I will not be paying one now. He knows you standing nearby and turns to speak. Fatebinder, surely you of all people can help me. My name is Aster, and I must get to Lethian's Crossing. I have goods to deliver. Tell this man I will not be paying a toll to him or anyone, and he has to let me through. He folds his arms over his chest and nods with a pronounced finality. Oh wait, did I skip that? Shit. Yeah. Greetings, Fatebinder. I'm sorry you've been drawn into this. What you've stumbled into here is merely a conflict of changing times. I am the will of the Bronze Brotherhood. Iron Hall Trail is under our protection, and anyone passing through must obey our rules. Lore, please. Is a mercenary company from the free cities dotting the Tyr's southern coast. Many of these mercenary companies were employed by Taros' agents and slaughtered during the war. The Bronze Brotherhood survived thanks to their relatively safe posting at Lethian's Crossing. But the voices of Narat hired the company to help protect the town's forge operation. Among the most trained and dedicated warriors of the Tiers, the Bronze Brotherhood had a reputation for ruthlessness and tenacity. Aggression and decisive thinking are so highly prized the Brotherhood that the violent, enigmatic Scourge is the group's mascot. A creature most decent folk considered the stuff of nightmares. The term brother is used for mercenaries of both genders, as the company's title harkens to the archaic notion of living as men in Tyr's custom. This amounts to releasing all the claims to the lands to better ensure an employer that the Brotherhood won't cover the realms they're free to protect. If this gentleman would like passage through our land, a simple donation is required. He holds out a hand. These funds help our cause and keep Iron Hall a safe place for all travelers. Clearly, you both can see the value in that. Master speaks, his arm swinging about again, emphasizing his words. And who is exactly keeping it safe? You standing there with your weapons at the ready against me? His arms drop and he turns to you again. I'm not but a traveling merchant. I have no money to spare, and I certainly pose no threat to anyone. Keep this area safe indeed. He points at Will. You are the only threat here, Fatebinder. Please talk some sense into him. I don't even know you. What would Rivan do? I actually like how we're all like freeze frame running towards the bridge. Just because you passed through means nothing. Pay the toll now or head back. You try my patience. Asta fumes for a few moments, his mouth comically opening and closing in rage. I cannot abide by this double absurdity. He rifles through his belongings and pulls out some rings, slamming them down into Will's outstretched hand. Fine. Here is your toll, thief. Now get out of my way. He turns to you, a look of distaste on his face. I will not forget your help, Fatebinder. Will smiles and puts the rings in a pouch hanging from his neck. I knew you'd see it my way, Fatebinder. He makes an exaggerated flourish and moves out of Asta's way. And you, my good merchant, thank you for your gracious payment. You may pass. Will returns to his position and looks you over, a former genial mood gone. So a Fatebinder in our little corner of the world. Who would ever thought this would have happened? He spits between his feet and then crushes it into the dirt with his boot. Well, I appreciate your help with the merchant. I'm afraid I can't let you pass until you have spoken with our leader, Raytomon, personally. I thought he was crazy saying you'd be visiting Lathian's Crossing. Looks like I owe him a few rings. He shakes his pouch around his neck, making the rings jingle melodically. Not that there's a shortage of those out there. What can this humble servant of the Brotherhood do for you, Fatebinder? And don't ask me to let you through, because that isn't happening. This ridiculous piece of mercenary awful requires a lesson in pain and obedience. Allow me to teach him. Thanks, but I can handle this myself. If you don't feel like paying the toll, I can point you the way back you came. If you need an idea where to go, of where to go, because I can't let you through. Who's Raytomon? Will box out a short laugh. Now that's a question with 100 answers. Simple one. He's the leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. If you want to know anything more, I suggest you go find him and talk to him. Where can I find Raytomon? He points south. He's right there, inspecting the corpses of some Kairos' soldiers. He's bound to be in a good mood right now. He winks at you. All those dead bodies must be heaven for him. The color drains from his face as soon as his words leave his lips. Please don't tell him I said that. Very well, I'll speak with Raytomon. He laughs. I'll be counting the seconds until you return. Oh, I thought we had to walk all the way there myself. Raytomon. While you are talking with Will, a striking man with a shock of bright blonde hair approaches. Moving away from some men searching bodies of slain soldiers to the south, he watches you intently as he closes, his angular features pulling into a look of disdain. And here's the Fatebinder. He doesn't mask the displeasure in his voice. I did see you. I was just wondering when. One trip to Lathian's Crossing wasn't enough, Governor? He doesn't even mask the content in his voice. You had to return when no one asked you to come. Throwing me out of my home wasn't sufficient. Are you here to disrupt my life some more? He looks at his men, who stop to watch the conversation. You aren't done. He flicks his hand at them, and they return to their searching. It doesn't matter why you're here. I don't care. I have more important things to worry about. In case you've forgotten me already, my name is Raytomon. I am First Brother, leader of the Bronze Brotherhood. But I'm sure you already know that. I couldn't help but see you over there talking to Will and that traveling merchant. Only here for a moment and you're already sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, aren't you? I don't appreciate others invading my territory, Fatebinder. I told him he had to speak to you, Raytomon. You wanted through. But I told him no. If you don't give me the signal, the Fatebinder isn't getting to Lathian's Crossing. No one will invade your territory. Rivan stares at Will for a few moments, lips first, and then continues as if Will never spoke. Watch yourself while you are a guest in my land. If you ever come to stir up more trouble, we are well equipped, and will not back down in defense of what is rightfully ours. He sweeps his arms in front of him, gesturing to the surrounding countryside. Well, and I might always agree, but that is one point we see eye to eye. If you step out of line, we will both correct you. His eyes narrow as he leans towards you. You are not welcome here. Now tell me what you want or leave. Tell me about the Bronze Brotherhood. We are a humble group with noble, long-held traditions on the side of right and honor. Raytomon's voice fills with pride. If there's an injustice that needs to be rectified, we are called. Sounds like you're upstanding citizens. Yes, we are, Fatebinder. Raytomon's face breaks into a giant smile. I'm glad someone finally sees us for what we are. I am tired of people calling us mercenaries and sellswords. So we get paid for what we do. We need to live. And why is Lethian's Crossing so important to the Brotherhood? We were asked to do a job, and we did it. Then what happens? You throw us out of our home. He makes an empathetic gesture towards Lethian's Crossing. I really should have ran along. I'm guessing we kind of lost Lethian's Crossing. I don't know. Tell me about Welby. He shoots a look to the north. I had such high hopes for her as my first axe. The continued success of the Brotherhood should be the single most important goal for anyone who is a member. She seems to have forgotten her place. She is not the head of this band. I am. If she doesn't stop overreacting, I will have to replace her with someone who knows how to obey. Well, I require entry into Lethian's Crossing. Raytomon considers your request for a moment. If I let you through, you must promise to behave. I have enough problems dealing with everyone else. I don't need the hassle of keeping an eye on you too. So watch yourself. I might not currently have control of my city, but I have eyes everywhere. If you stir up trouble, I will know. He turns to Will. Let the Fatebinder through. Do nothing to delay or cost this party, or you'll answer to me. Well, we will speak again soon. I certainly hope this isn't the case. You got Raytomon's permission to go, Fatebinder, so go. Well, team, let's get going. Is there anything else? Oh, a bunch of elks. I think right now we should prioritize investigating the other spires, learn more of its secrets, gain more power, and then go to resolving this little civil war between the factions, between Scott, of course, and the Disfavored. But anyway, right. Actually, what's my inventory right now? How many rings I got? I got 46 bronze rings and copper rings. I do not have any iron rings though, so I'm not too rich, really. Stop right there, Fatebinder. Not another step. You're not welcome in Lethian's Crossing. I'm warning you, we will kill you if you don't turn around. And I suggest you go now, before things get ugly. You really are crazy, aren't you? Maybe all the stories about you are true. I'm not. Stick here around to find out. The guards turn and run.
To battle!
Looks like the spirit really are pissed off about me. Right. Let's pit. Do I have my bow out? Yeah, I have my bow out. Okay.
I got it.
Die!
On it.
I bring glory to my...
Right.
Hope you fancy red.
Oh, the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Right.
Oh, someone stick.
They never had a chance.
God, dark.
Down already? Oh my god. You're down already?
Will
All of
do.
a sudden.
Right.
Oh my god. Barrett, you're almost dead.
I got it.
Oh shit. I think maybe... Yeah. We got like a shit ton of these. Alright. Level up. Let's see.
On it.
Alright. Yeah.
Send me your champion!
Oh wow, that motherfucker silenced me, huh? Oh boy.
Oh, damn thing could.
Let's see.
Pierce cloth.
Damage? No, okay. Just fireballing. Oh, what the heck? What's this magic defense?
I got it.
Oh my god.
What was I thinking?
What the fuck? Ah! Oh shit. Did I not use the
I'm enjoying this a little too much. This isn't working.
Thank you. Oh my god, what the fuck? There's so much damage. Oh shit. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my god, I've taken a lot of damage. My dodge isn't what it. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Is there any abilities I can use? God, I've been silenced again. Ah! Shit. Shit. Ah, fuck. I've taken so much damage. Ah! I've taken so much damage.
They never had a chance.
Disengage.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Ah, just
On it.
I need to heal myself. Oh my god, I've taken so
Will
much.
do.
And I'm down. Oh my god, I got my ass kicked. What the fuck? Oh my god, I got my ass kicked. No. Oh wait, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Cancel, cancel. Oh shit, wait, I didn't read the accuracy for some reason.
We can do this!
Oh my god, I got my ass kicked. Jeez. Good thing I bought a shit ton of candy supplies, huh? Oh my god. Man, this they would really hate me, huh?
say that's worth a second glance.
What the heck is this? Frozen shackle. Huh.
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Oh boy. Oh, he is just out of my fucking range. God damn it. I hit him. Oh, why did I pull out my melee weapons? Oh no, I pulled out my...
I'm not here to make friends.
false pivot.
You won't get away that easily!
Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god, I'm getting my ass kicked again. I'm taking so much damage. Oh no. Okay, I think now's a good time to use our arrow storm thing.
We can do this!
Good work. On my command.
Oh my god, Barrack is taking so much damage. What the fuck? Oh my god.
Unstoppable!
What the fuck? I heal him! What are you doing? Do we not have any AoE stuff? Oh my god.
Ready?
I'm enjoying this a bit too much.
Someone staunch my bleed.
Well, fuck.
I got it.
You won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Oh my god. Our team's getting destroyed. What is this? Or am I team killing? Or am I getting... Oh my god. These guys are really powerful. Holy shit. Oh my god. I think we really need healers in the party. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Get up, Fatebinder!
Oh, well, shit. Oh my god, we're all getting our asses kicked. Oh, take drugs. Are you using your... Okay.
I'll Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth.
Oh my god, they're all taking so much hits.
Terrible at this! How am I not dead yet?
God, we're getting our asses kicked here. I hate this. I'm actually throwing at everything I have. Oh, what? 20%? Oh, you gotta
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. Ha! Oh, that. Oh, it fucking hurt.
Is there no other?
You'll have to do slightly better than that.
Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god. Oh, well, fucked on time.
Not a problem.
Oh my god, we're all getting fucked over.
Boss.
Oh my god, please. Please don't die. Oh my god, holy shit. As the last of the enemy soldiers dies, life returns to normal at Methian's Crossing. Oh my god, we all got... Oh my god, we almost got wiped. Holy shit, those guys are strong. Another rest, please. Good thing we got those new camping supplies, huh? Whew. Okay, you need more fucking health, because you keep getting your ass kicked. Oh my god. That's you though. Fucking hell. We got our asses kicked. Fucking hell. Iron gauntlets. Okay. Holy shit. Oh my god. Stop fucking. Oh, jeez. Hello. Fine day, my friend. Might I interest you in my wares? I have a manner of all goods you need. Could you send? Could you tell me anything about the seal? I found it on Vendrian's well. Sorry, I can't help you. I've never seen anything like that before. Very well, I'll show you what you have for sale. She passed her hand on a ring belt. Let's see if you can find something you like. Wow. I don't use any of that, fortunately enough. Wow. Kinda shit. Kinda. Oh, okay, those are better, but those are fucking expensive. Holy shit. Well, we do need more camping supplies, though. 2. Thank you. No, I don't. Okay. Oh, I have to put that on. Oh boy. That's a lot of fucking. Oh, let's go explore.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, rock with. Just a pig. What's this? Bronze dagger. I guess, oh yeah, we have some stuff to sell. Use literally any of these. Well, you can use that. May not be within your standards, but yeah, I don't need that. I'm pretty sure I can't. Yeah. Yeah, sell this. that. Lovely.
Sorry, I can't.
What's this place? Well, explore the rest of this area first.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Good day to you. Might I interest you in all manners of provisions? Who knows that you'll run into outside of Lethean's Crossing? I found the seal. Found it in Vendrian's will. Anything we know? Basila looks at the seal for a few moments and shakes her head. Can't say I recognize it, but I don't really get into affairs outside of Lethean's Crossing unless I have to. Archie Bronze Knight, though he seems to be well traveled. Thanks for the heads up. What you got? Already got. Actually, do I have that? I don't think I did. Yeah, I found my fire. Okay, I don't know what the fuck. Okay, hold on. Well, be right back for now. Alright. Back to it. Yeah, I was eating and also deliberating. Yeah, I'm getting down really fast. I think my skills right now. I think I should slowly specialize more into yeah, I think I should slowly specialize into more bows. Either bows or dual wielding. But I'm also worried about my because I'm kind of worried about yeah. Because I'm also worried about not doing enough damage as this character, because I'm getting my ass kicked slowly more, well, gradually more often now. Probably should probably invest more into dual wielding than bows, I'm afraid. Welcome. The Metro Emergency Robo. What can I get for you today? Be sure to stock up before you leave. There's plenty of wells between here and Bastard City. Yep. Tempting as that may be, I'm more into
Yes.
Parachute prices. We got for sale. Great spear. Bronze shuttle. File tone, that is a lot. Do I have anything else to sell? I've been really using these. I don't understand why I still hoard these when I rarely use them. money though. Hmm. Greetings and salutations. The jolly merchant greets you with a smile and a clap on the shoulder. And welcome to Lethian's Crossing, home of the best merchant in the entirety of the Tears. He pauses and winks. That would be me. Hardchin Bronze at your service. He bows. What can I do for you? What can you tell me about the other merchant companies in the Tears? Oh, there have been several over the years. They've thrived or struggled in this new age of law. He counts up his fingers. There were the Jade Marmots, the Lace Fringe, the Linked Rings, and of course the Handover Quill. He grimaces at the last one. But don't let me forget the Visitors of Prosperity, the Yellow Moguls, the Tenfold Parlor. He trails off for some time. Could you tell me anything about this seal? I found it in Vengeance Will. Let's take a look, shall we? Archfiend takes the seal and turns it over. When he spots the insignia, he quickly deposits it back into your hand and wipes his palms clean. Where did you get that? It came from a merchant caravan that was ransacked. Suspected as much. He mumbles and worries his brow. So far off the normal trading routes. But why there? Why then? Why now? Maybe you could start by telling me about the merchants. He refocuses and nods. Of course, the sigil belongs to the Handover Quill Merchant Company. His lips tighten to the form of violet pucker. Tell me about the Handover Quill Company. They are a powerful trade organization that, well, he cups his mouth and glances around. Let's just say that you didn't want to get between them and a contract. What with Tunan's new laws and the master city, the Quill slunk into the shadows of Kyros's authority, trying to keep a lower profile. If you're involved in any of these dealings, stay far away. A shipment of iron and weapons went missing. It was found with the seal in a house of Echo Hall's Crossing. He strokes the shadow of his beard, grown under his chin. Suspicious, I agree, but war always has its little problems. He weighs his dismissal. It doesn't add up. Now, if we can return to the subject of my wares, he smiles and readies to show you some of his fancy bauble. The weapons were meant for the disfavored, and the Venturing Guards suddenly had iron weapons. The Venturing Guard? Hardchin drums his fingers in his mouth and considers. Well, this changes things, I suppose. Changes things? What does Handover Quill have to do with the Venturing Guard? First things first, Hardchin clears his throat. This will come at a price. If something unfortunate took place, my connection were traced back to me, the consequences would be costly. You know, I'm quite shocked to find an honest merchant like yourself, engaging in illicit trade. His complexion loses some color. Illicit? Whatever do you mean? Gestures to his wares. That bottle. Essence of maizenberries. A deadly poison. What bottle? Hardchin turns, pulling on the end of his beard. He tries to follow the direction of your gesture. There's no. When his confusion clears, replaced by a stark understanding, of course there's a bottle. And after you tell the authorities that I must have stashed or destroyed, then it's your word against mine, am I correct? Most perceptive of you. Occupational hazard. The merchant lets out a heavy sigh. I should be used to this by now. If you breathe another word to anyone, I will denounce you for the liar that you are, but... He looks around to make sure there's no settlers close enough to overhear what's being said. I received instructions from the Fifth Eye to use Handover Quill to deliver iron weapons to Venturing's Well Citadel. I don't question my orders. I just follow through. I don't know anything else, but that's the truth. Let me see. Anyway, I'd like to see your wares. I need more of those. Well, let's get more information about the spire, the Sunset Spire. Welcome to Lethian's Mistress, my lord. Please come in and enjoy. Mistress Sophia. Wait, is this a brothel? Wait, is this... What a pleasure it is to see you in my establishment, Fatebinder. It is always an honor to entertain someone of your standing at Lethian's Mistress. If you have any need of entertainment or company for a short time, then we will look forward to fulfilling those needs. How may I and my entertainers be of service to you? Tell me more about your establishment. Lethian's Mistress started as a safe place for people to come and to drink in secret, but eventually it evolved into a gathering place where drinking and... Her eyes twinkle as she considers the words. It evolved into a gathering place where drinking and fornication were both common activities. Everyone needs a way to relax, and I provide one for them. What brought you to Lethian's Crossing? I was one of the Lethian's mistresses, of course, and where Lethian went, so did I. She was very adventurous and not really the type to settle down. I may not have gotten all of her attention, but I did end up with a nice business, and I've been very comfortable. And if I had to share with her various men and women around town, I was willing to be generous with her time. Do you have food to drink? We have plenty to eat and drink if your desires include those of less carnal nature. What do you got to say? Okay. Just gonna... Oh my god. Don't... Sorry about that. Let me talk to the... Good evening. The tall, thin man smiles at your approach. And welcome to Lethian's Mistress. My name is Gallon, and it would do me no end of pleasure to serve you today. Tell me about yourself and how you have been here. There's not much to say, really. Gallon muses quietly for a moment. I am from the north, and was traveling with a performing troupe when we were beset by bandits near Lethian's Crossing. I was injured and lost consciousness, and when I came to, Mistress Sophia was nursing my wounds. Most of the troupe died in the fight. I had nowhere else to go, so the mistress offered me a position. She knew my performing skills would come in handy, and it's like the best job I've ever had. Perhaps later. Welcome to the Lethian's Mistress. The large man flexes his enormous biceps, his charcoal skin glistening in the light. What can Laura do for you? Do you need company today? Tell me about yourself. My life story? Sorry to say that, it's short and boring. I had a happy childhood, nothing bad ever happened. I grew up to be big and strong and never had any health issues. I approached Mistress Sophia and about a job because I like what I do and who I get to do here. Well, I will return.
I got it.
Good day to you, traveler. My name is Timo. The dancer greets you while slowly gyrating her head suggestively at your approach. Her eyes splash brightly and she smiles, moving her hands in a welcoming gesture. Are you in need of a companion? Tell me about yourself. Timo dips her head demurely as she looks at you coyly. The past has no interest for me. She speaks in a calming, dulcet tone. I like to think about here. She points to a spot between her breasts and slowly traces her finger down the front of her body. Now. Oh, leaves. Zotica, the young woman smiles, her eyes widening with innocence. Welcome to Lethian's mistress, Feedfinder, she says, blushing lightly. My name is Zotica. She giggles. Are you here to teach me the ways of the world? Tell me about yourself. Zotica's face blushes bright red and turns her head, covering her mouth with her hand. Me? She asks quietly, her voice shy. What do you want to know about me? I'm a simple girl. I know nothing of this world or my place in it. She looks into your eyes. Are you here to teach me? It's Jenna. Alright. Well, we found the brothel. Yeah, Rivan's not gonna use any of the services, so he's just gonna head to somewhere else. Not muted. What the fuck are you going? Oh, I guess that's on top of the thing. Can we even go up there? Wait, I'm just controlling her, what the hell?
What have we here?
Let's explore that. Just taking all of this shit. sunburnt man dips his head in greeting. An outsider never arrives alone. At least that is what my mother always said. Seems like she knew what she was talking about. You're not stir the others on thoughts. I'm Eldian, local to Lethian's Crossing. Well, if it isn't Tudor's Fatebinder. Welcome back to the Crossing. Haven't seen you around here since you put up the display but in charge of everything. He looks you up. Eldian looks you over. I must say, my memory seems to be failing. Something I never thought I'd say. He waits. The way people talking about how you came through and drove the Brotherhood out of the town. You should be 10 feet tall and shooting lightning from your eyes. I seem to remember you being a little more human. Can't always tell the content of a pie of its crust, though, can you? For instance, who would give the town to the disfavor and then walk in and kill them all? Not that I would miss the rules and schedules, but one has to wonder why would you switch sides so readily? But enough of my prattling. You didn't come here for a history lesson or get my opinion of your grandeur. He waves his hand dismissively at his previous comments. The educator sent you for the Arcana Song, I presume. What can this old fool do for you? What was that about the Arcana Song? Siren, the songbird. She is like half the town. She's got mooning over her in that hovel near the river. It's on the first tier, if you want to find her. His brow knits. Feel free to take her with you when you go. He cancels his head slightly, banishing his sour expression. But seeing as you're not here for her, what can I do for you? I would like to ask you some questions about Lethian's Crossing. If you have any questions about our settlement, I'm the one to ask. I've the dubious distinction of being the oldest living resident of Lethian's Crossing, so I've been here for a lot of its history. Eldian smiles. Eyes, hips, hair, and hearing might be falling, but my mind still remembers everything that happened here. What would you like to know about? I'll do my best not to go on too long about it. I know I have a problem keeping my conversation short. Well, can you tell me about the spire on Lethian's Crossing? There's no getting used to it. You think that after living years under living under its shadow that your nerves are calm, but that never happened for me. You can only be so relaxed when your neighbors are the bane. The moment you let your guard down around one of those four walls, my friend, you're done. Now Lethian wasn't completely mad to settle here. She ventured inside and found sealed passageways that made it impossible to wander too far beyond the entrance. She figured that meant that the Bane couldn't easily reach us either. Whoever created this monstrosity wanted us to stay out, and this was exactly what we'd done. It hasn't been a perfect arrangement. There have been incidents. He grimaces at the recollection, but for the most part, the Bane don't venture out too long as you don't venture in. You just stay vigilant every day. May I enter the old walls? Must you enter? Surely there's another. He stops himself, adopting the less confrontational tone. Nobody will stop you, Fatebinder, if that's what you mean. If you have business inside, I can only assume it must be an important matter. The old walls are unpredictable, plain and simple. The Bane may leave you today, but I'm not sort to gamble when it comes to those abominations. What are your thoughts on the Brotherhood? They were here since the crossing was founded. Lethian herself hired them to protect the settlement when it was getting started. A fledgling town in the shadow of the old walls, they did such a good job to get them over as our peacekeepers, and that's how things went. At least, until you decided to oust them and put someone else in their place. Can't say I would have done the same, truth be told. Taking pay from two employers is always going to end badly. If you can't make both of them happy on top of that, it seems lately that Raitomon is traveling a path no one can see, and I don't want to see what is the end of it. And what about the disfavored? Strict curfews, frequent searches, and no forgiveness for missed iron and grain quotas. That's the ill of it. But the sentries keep constant vigil and treat us with respect, politeness even. Most of them call me elder and bow. If someone's going fishing in your pocket and taking your crops, may as well be kind about it. The disfavored are committed to honor and dignity in all dealings. That's so. I've seen disfavored impale a man for insulting your precious graven ash. I've seen them hang prisoners for eating rats when their food ran low. At least the Scarlet Chorus doesn't have any delusion about cruelty, but we do it because it's fun. Honor goes both ways, you balding witch. Those who flaunt the offerings of Kairos' peace and find no solace in the Legion. It's definitely not the situation I would have chosen, but things can always be worse. The water might be out to your knees, but it could also be up to your nose, is what my grandfather would tell me. What about the Earthshaker mages? Few have passed through the crossing in recent times, all headed south to the Stone Sea. At least that's the word of it. The mages didn't stay for long. He just restores the massive stone facade on those old walls. And I'm glad they kept on traveling if some madman cast a spell that cracked the foundation of the old walls. Praise Kairos, it hasn't happened. What of the Forge-bound? They toil away in their forge houses, day in, night out. Kairos' forces keeps them well guarded since they know how to work binding ore into weapons harder than stone or bronze. I've delivered food and kindling to the forge houses, but never had much contact with the artisan mages. How have your interactions been with the Scarlet Chorus? Can't say I have a strong opinion one way or another, really. They didn't seem to care much about leaving the settlement behind. Once the decision was made to let the disfavored have control, they left, and I haven't seen much of them since. Pretty sure I'm gonna need directions around here. Eldian Lance puts a hand on your shoulder. I completely understand. The crossing can be a bit intimidating the first time someone arrives, but it's not as complicated as it looks. The river is named Portuscore, and it flows down the middle of the settlement. The waterfalls pouring over the old walls are Sunrise and Moonrise. The west waterfall is Sunrise because of how the sun hits the morning, and the Moonrise gets its name due to how it glows during the full moon. The crossing itself was broken into districts named after the waterfalls. The west side of the river is Sunrise District, and the east side of the river is Moonrise District. The different levels of Lathian's Crossing don't really have names, but the people refer to them as the tiers. My home is considered part of the ground tier, the forge is on the first tier, both in the Moonrise District. I'd like to ask you about the crossing's history. If you have any questions about the going-ons in the crossing, I'm the one to ask. I'm here for more of its history than anyone else. What would you like to know? Who is Lethian? The biggest pain in the ass I ever knew. His face turns bright red, blushing at his words, then lets out a huge guffaw. I suppose I shouldn't talk about my mother like that. She was a mediocre merchant, but a great leader. The war in the northern kingdoms cost her a very lucrative trade route up north, but she managed to earn a trade stewardships from Kairos, and for a short time she had a monopoly on grain, salt, and tin here in the tiers. What did my grandmother say? Give a blind man time, and a pile of rocks eventually he'll hit a target. He shrugged. Not to say that she didn't deserve it, but I think luck has played a bigger part in her success than natural talent. But Kairos gives and Kairos takes. The next year, Lethian was stripped of her trade rights. Suddenly she had a large staff, but no goods to trade, and no means to pay anyone. But she was a stubborn one, and knew if she kept at it, eventually things would turn around for her. She figured the trade goods could come to us. The location was good enough. It's crazy how that would happen. So she decided to concentrate on making an existing local settlement into the center of commerce for the tiers, and by the claws of a beast, she did just that. I thought she was crazy choosing a town nestled to the old walls, but apparently she knew what she was doing. It wasn't as long until it was renamed Lethian's Crossing. The bridges over the old walls, it was the only place to go if you wanted to take the weeks off your trip. Eventually she hired the Bronze Brotherhood to act as our local guards. We were big enough and had enough commerce to warrant this protection. Lethian was your mother. Of course. How do you think I became the reeve of the crossing? It's certainly not my storytelling or charm. I may be the oldest living resident here, but it's certainly not good enough to make someone a leader. Although, come to think about it, neither is just being an offspring of the former leader. He laughs. Well, like it or not, that's how things are. My mother was a wonderful woman. She might not have been the nicest person, and she might have been over fond of Italians here or there, but Who isn't? The space Cerberus. May her rest be free, ever free of disturbance. How did she build the old wall bridges? Lethean was a mastermind of that. She could tie a knot with one hand, one string. I remember watching her draw systems of ropes and knots in the sand, telling me what they would do when built. I thought she was crazy. Says she got the big idea for the bridges from seeing galleys pull out of the water onto the dock. Apparently the hardest part was getting the initial climbing team to break the old walls and set on the first ties. But apparently you can pay a man enough rings for him to overcome his fear of the old wall predators. Why did you settle here? Necessity. The rope bridges led us across the old walls. With them, it didn't matter what trade rights we have. We'd be at the crossroads to the northern tiers, an unbeatable location. The siege of Ardent and the Bastard City ended up helping us. All the folks heading to the points east crossed through our little settlement, and many of them decided to stake a claim to us. By then, Lethean discovered there was iron in our rivers. She thought it'd make us rich, but also made her as a target. The old walls don't make passage through the area easy, and our bridges cut days 2 weeks off a trip. Lethean's Crossing is the best bet to get your shipment where it needs to go. Mix up another load of iron into it, and we suddenly have a target painted on us. What is Tyros' interest in the crossing? Iron, plain and simple. Now we have the forge bound here, toiling away with the ore and pulling. They pull from the river. We are being squeezed for our resources. If you're after a drink, better squeeze fruit than a stone, and it would seem many people find us to be very juicy indeed. There was a merchant who tried to peddle iron rocks as magical because they came from areas near the old walls. One of the people he sold to happened to be a disfavored courier. The courier then showed the rock to a forge-bound master who immediately recognized its potential for making superior weapons. It was then brought to Tyros' attention, and soon after the soldiers and the forge-bound came to Lethean's Crossing. They came with such force our options were to either comply with what they wanted or die. And why does the Brotherhood want Lethean's Crossing? Land, breeding stock. They've been here longer than I have, so maybe consider it home, too, but Tyros pursue masters are no longer paying them to fight, and if a mercenary is killing for free, something is suspect. In the end, I suppose it doesn't matter. Rivan will never let go. He uses his own town and he aims to have it to be his. Well, that'll be it. I'll be on my way. Well, I'm yet to fight a Bane myself. Oh god. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Because if the Bane are, as they say, I'm gonna fucking die. but I'm inevitably gonna have to fight them, considering they're the ones who are coming in between me and the Spire. That's gonna be a pain in the ass. What the fuck am I? Alright. Okay, that was weird. Oh, there's Siren. Oh boy. Boink. Well, I again. Siren stands here, surrounded by a group of villagers. She speaks to them in a soft, dulcet tones, holding them hypnotized with her hand motions. Her headdress flashes as she speaks, and you are unable to tell if it's a trick or the light of the gem is actually glowing. She's sucked up in her oration, and it seems completely unaware you've arrived. There's a lull in our conversation, and She opens her eyes.
Well, look who's here. And what brings you to Lethean's Crossing? Can't imagine it's the scenery or the quaint locals. Have you come to spoil my fun? Tunon probably insisted you find me, didn't he? Because we can't let Siren have any fun, can we? Let's control her. Let's tell her what she can and can't do. Let's use her to destroy nations.
As she speaks, the crowd around her appears agitated, and the air in the room grows heavy and warm. Suddenly, she smiles.
But enough of that talk. What do you think of my followers?
She makes a motion over the group gathered at her feet. As she speaks, you can feel a peaceful serenity washing over you. The crowd calms, and breathing becomes easier. Well, very nice, as long as you don't let it get out of hand.
Oh, stop that, Fatebinder. It's not like I'm hurting anyone. Well, at least not yet.
She laughs, and feeling the room buoys, you smile without even realizing you wanted to. And do I want Siren now?
Fine. I'll be here if you need me. There are worse situations to be in.
I mean, I've already got enough, casters in the group. I don't need any more. Because party management in this type of game is going to be really hard for me, because I want everyone to be strong. But honestly, organization with this is going to be very difficult. Very difficult indeed. And oh boy, the fucking Bane, man. This is gonna be a pain in the ass, that's for sure. Hello, Biotis. Welcome, friend. The merchant cries out to you, his belt jiggling with rings. He waves around his arms in a dramatic presentation of his wares. What brings you to my humble trading post? Have a certain something in mind, or just browsing? Show sale. Hammer, dagger, gauntlets. Sigil volcanic weapon. That's an interesting one. What's the sigil volcanic weapon, but I don't see. What's the sigil volcanic weapon? I don't see it. see it. The hell? In a line. Oh boy. I'm not really sure how much we fare against the Bane. Considering we almost got an ass kicked by, well, just by normal soldiers. I'm just gonna... You want to smile?
That wasn't so hard.
What's this? Plans. Headhunter. Huh. Spiral Forge plan. I don't have access to that though. Interesting. Volantis, Master of Casting. Volantis surveys the room with an air of superiority. He addresses you without making eye contact. Is this something you want? What do you do here in the forge? I keep this place running smoothly. Upkeep mostly. He smiles coyly. I'm also in second in command to Lohana. So in case anything ever happens to her, I'm here to take charge. Is there a problem? His eyes carefully watch Lohana as he answers you. Yes, but these are forge-bound matters. Nothing that concerns the High Court of Toulon, I assure you. Right, Lohana. A muscular woman stands upright from her forge and turns to look at you. Light of fire playing across her face, making her eyes dance dangerously. A toothy smile breaks out across her mouth, the only bright spot on her soot-stained face. Do you kill with your left or your right? She rubs blackened palms together, eyeing you expectantly. Normally I can tell at a glance, but you're a little harder to read. I'd say right. Noted. She clears her throat and wipes her blackened hands on the canvas of her smock. I am Lohara, Master of Tempering and Forge Master of Lethian's Crossing. My tasks exceed the hours left in the day, but there is no harm in pausing my work if it means speaking with the Fatebinder. How may I be of assistance? Why did you want to know if I kill with my right or left hand? My god, the gauntlet is the hardest piece of the panoply and most rewarding to my work. So many scales, so many different sizes. Then there's the rivets. She slides her thumbs and fingers over, shredding flecks of soot and iron dust. I imagine you see a lot of battle in your line of work. One gauntlet is invariably going to wear out before the other. My mind is always thinking on what will need repairs first. It's as simple as that. Are you well? You look weary. Ecstatic. Her voice is matter of fact, and a smile creeps in. The ritual of the forge links hot to a hammer. My blood beats only when I strike my ingot. My forge runs too hot and my breath becomes too hurried. The bond is both fatiguing and exhilarating. Is that how you excel in your craft? Well, that and practice. She scowls, but yes. The ritual links senses to the materials and the body to the tools. My hand becomes the joint, the hammer, the true end of my arm. I feel the heat of the forge as if it were the weather in the room. Under such circumstances, true focus can emerge. Fascinating. Let's speak about the matters. Well, tell me about Lethian's Crossing. I don't see much of it, only this. She points to the roof and walls of the forge. Lethian and our merchant crew settled in this area a while back. The brave fools built bridges over the old walls and made themselves a crossroads trading post. Real pioneer spirit stuff. Though a place might be ignored by Kairos' forces, except for somebody discovered there's iron everywhere, can't wash your clothes in the river without them coming out rust-tinged. So the iron made Lethian's crossing important enough for Kairos to want it for himself. It made good sense to move some of us to Forgebound to here in Lethian's crossing. Easier to put us near the iron instead of shipping it over the mountains. That, and this is a crossroads, we can resupply our allies faster than ever from our new workshop. Telling you about the Forgebound. For centuries, my guild has sought the union of magical and manual perfection. While others concern themselves with the arcane for the sake of inordinate power, we study it to overcome the traditional limits of our arts and crafts. The forge is our dominant concentration of study, but not all forge-bounds work metal, and some are weavers, carpenters, and one of your other members fancies themselves a chef. The wise and mighty Kairos has been kind of our guild. He offers to put our weapons and armors in the hands of those who will change the world. A broad smile overcomes her face. That has been true to his word. Forge-bound iron has trampled the tears, and all that opposes Kairos' forces rest their heads on the forge-bound spears. What can you tell me about the forge-bound master? Zedenia is the best leader I had the pleasure of working under. She guides the forge-bound with a steady yet stern hand, guaranteeing all of our work is of the utmost quality and peerless in every regard. I am Zedenia's second, which is why I am the forge-bound master of Lethian's Crossing. She points to Atlantis. He is my second. Should anything happen to me, I would work with him long, so I don't know much about him or the true long-lasting quality of his work. But he was appointed by Zedenia, so he must be good at what he does. Are you able to make me something magical? No. She smiles and shakes her head, but almost everyone asks. Relics of arcane power must grow into themselves. They are never made from nothing. She points her finger in the air and smiles. But what I can do is use my mastery to swing a hammer with perfect precision, or work a cantrip to handle the molten metal with my bare hands. We can build artifacts of exceeding quality and refinement, but they must be used in great deeds to grow into relics of power. And that's why we seek to put the works of our forges into the hands of the greats. True legends require the alliance of a sword maker and a sword master. How exactly does your magic help you make things? Our most important rituals bind the crafter, tools, and materials into one entity. She cracks into a nervous smile. Close enough. In my work, the forge bound draws the whole of my senses to the edge of the blade I'm tempering. I can see the tiniest notch or the touch on my finger to the blade and feel the razor sharpness without breaking my skin. Such perfect execution of arts has its cost, but of course, once heart and lungs become linked to flame and hammer, a dropped hammer could lead to a stopped heart. Most of my members die in the throes of their work, killed by a distraction or simple error. She blushes. We lost a lot of apprentices. Let's speak of something else. I may have your assistance. Tell me about the disfavored. The disfavored have treated us as honored guests. We are given privacy, autonomy, food, and protection. In return, we give them the best iron and the tiers, and they put it to use. She shrugs. I favor our arrangement. But I'm no fool, and I read too much into the kindness. We are a wool resource, and exist only because we feed their insatiable need for quality iron. Are you able to make anything for me? Can. She lifts an eyebrow. Certainly will. Well, Kairos invented cues for a reason. She lets us slip up a sigh. I have every iron walker and every Scarlet Chorus ringling sending me bribes and flattery in hopes I'll work out schedule and make them something special for one of a kind of that. Her mouth moves as to speak but falls silent, folding her arms. I did not realize the request was so thoughtless. My apologies. I get unreasonable demands every day, but it's not the volume, it's the purpose. She lowers her voice to a near whisper and steps closer to you. I do not resent that Kara's demands reduce our work to mere quotas. I should be allowed to customize my work for every soldier. Only apprentices have anything to learn from making the same size helmet again and again. Forget I asked. That I will. I must be going. Oh boy. I am worried about the Bane, because we barely held our own against the fucking favorite soldiers. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Because, oh my god, that's gonna be a pain in the ass to deal with them. Okay then. Oh boy.
Have a look here.
What do we have here? Raven Shawl. Subterfuge. Well, at least I have magic to fight against the Bane, but it's gonna suck. I probably need Lantry for this one. Yeah, Garrick's gonna get destroyed by the Bane because he has poor magic resistance. The fuck? Pillar of Courage. Is this a staff? Alright. Oh, is this Leaf? Oh wait, is this the entrance to the spire? Where the fuck am I? Oh. Something tells me this is probably the entrance to the spire. If I'm being completely honest. Oh boy. Okay, this is probably the entrance to the spire. This is probably the entrance to the spire. And where the Bane are. Probably. Given the dead bodies, there's probably Bane. Probably gonna need Landry for this one. Because we need good healers and good supports. Gonna make the things really up. Callian. Just gonna yoink. Greetings, Raidbinder. Okay. So, need more information. Because, it's gonna be bloody pain, that's for sure. Oh yeah, that's the sunset spot. Yeah, not gonna go there. Should we go there? Oh boy. All I know is that this will suck a lot. I mean, we have decent spell defense. So hey, what's the worst that could happen? Anyway, let's get in there, shall we? Oh boy.
You want me to be subtle? Fine.
Don't get near perfect seals, run walls. I want to be over from this side now. What do we have here? interesting rune. Sundered relief, though heavily damaged, it's clearly meant to depict wounds. Both similar to the one you saw at Ascension Hall. The relief is complete, and thus the final form of the rune is unknown. Charcoal rubbing. Pressing the charcoal to the parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. With enough collected imprints, this may be possible to reconstruct the original shape of the rune. That might help find it important. A portion of the unknown sigil has been recorded on this scroll. Charcoal imprint is rough and incomplete, leaving the full design a mystery for now. Can't be removed from the stack. Okay, it's a key item or something like that.
Can't do that. Got it.
Sundered bronze sword. Oh, okay. It's pretty good. Wait, do you use axes or do you use... Hold on. Wait, do you use axes or do you use you do use swords, okay. Minor parrying and minor accuracy. Okay. Subterfuge. Oh yeah, but it's okay, so it's not dangerous, not immediately anyway.
Huh.
Oh boy. What's this? Note from Iron Guard Ventara. As per our verbal agreement, you are allowed to enter into the old walls at Lessing Crossing with the explicit instructions to find a path to the Bronze Brotherhood campsite on the other end. Any items acquired inside of the walls will be yours to keep in exchange for your help with this matter. Iron Guard Ventara, Commander of Lessing's Crossing. Oh yeah, fair. Yoink. Oh boy. team. Let's not get killed by Bane. What's our stash for looking right now? Could sell a lot for more rings, so we can get more gear. Don't know what this is about. Oh, it's a two-hand weapon. Huh. Well. Cross my fingers, hope not to die. Let's go. Got good subterfuge, so
My mother always told me to stay away from spires. Not that I ever listened.
well, let's
On the lookout.
let's get sneaky. What the fuck? What the hell? This chamber immediately reminds you of Ascension Hall. An intricate rune running along the floor can only mean one thing. You stand at the feet of a great spire. Each step you take echoes across a great distance. As you gaze upward, the sage-colored walls quickly give you way to unending blackness. The rune in the center on the floor is inactive, and the silence of the hall offers no clues to its use or function. You feel a slight tug in your chest, a faint echo of energy that enveloped you at Vendrian's well. The grooves in the floor are inlaid with dim, incandescent material that glimmers upon. Oh, okay then.
Watch where you step. This has trap written all over it.
Oh. What do we have here? Interesting rune. Pressing careful to the parchment, you capture a blurry but proportionate image of the ancient relief. Though the drawing remains incomplete, it seems to be likely that the completed design is symmetrical in nature. Should the need arise, you can reasonably guess its original shape. After the ring, show image of the symbol. Examine to see what it looks like. Roger that. Portion of the unknown sigil has been recorded on the scroll, which I've been visual complete. Focus on history for now. Best items. It's sort of this, it's a four-sided, four-pointed star, double hourglass. Let's see here. Double hourglass, circle in the center. It's a double hourglass. Double hourglass-like image. Nope. Okay, that wasn't it then. Shit. Okay, I need all of you to move out of the way.
Not a problem.
I just need Rivan to be under my control.
Will do.
So maybe. Does that reset it? What's this? Talent.
Can't do that.
Like, it says I completed it. It says I haven't. What the heck am I missing? It says I completed the image, but in my inventory, according to my inventory, it says I haven't. Very strange.
Right. Oh, never mind, we got it. Oh, no, we got it. We got it.
On it.
And there we go. Yep. Well, we made it. Oh my god. Spire unlocked. Provide a second spire. All spires are linked, allowing you to travel instantly between them. This will reduce your travel time through the tiers. You can upgrade the spires you discover, building new structures on top of them. Each upgrade will provide you with different benefits. Click on the spire icon, press I to select a new spire. Upgrades take time and money to build, and money to maintain. If you no longer have the money to maintain an upgrade, it will be suspended and you will no longer receive its benefits until you are able to pay its maintenance cost. There are fire resources you can find in Kairos' tiers that you can use to power upgrades to your spire. There are scrolls, iron ingots, bronze ingots, mountain scrolls, and granite. Each upgrade uses different resources. The arcane light courses skyward, trailing off towards the horizon in the direction of Vendrian's Well. You feel the ground ripped out from beneath you, yet you, as you drift back into the warmth of the energy surrounding you.
Your awareness stretches beyond the limits of the spire, pulling in many directions at once. The light you saw arcing towards the sky reminds you of the tether you feel at the top of Vengeance Well. It's too a point of connection, and you are an inextricable part of it. Inextricable about it, bound as surely as the spires are to each other. And the Sunset Spire in Leffian's Crossing feels burdened by its age, as if a central linchpin somewhere in its core has weathered and the centuries of oppressive weight and longs to topple. The surge of energy that courses through you forms a link with Vengeance Well, strengthens the very stones beneath your feet. The structural weaknesses you detected vanishes, replaced by confidence that could keep this tower standing for millennia. See there? Due south is Ardent, where I was born. And over there, to the right, is where the Academy of the Tides used to stand. And you can see that little island of the Barris in chains. That's where Hag River would take me to practice more dangerous spells. My childhood, as seen from above. This is surreal. If I threw a dagger from here, I wager I could split a man off the ground in half. Damn, but I want to try. From here, even though the old wall seemed paltry, the sovereign view was not intended for the likes of us. Barrett shakes his head slowly. The spire feels like a relay between you and Vengeance Well, bridging some transference of energy on an enormous scale. You are the first link of a chain that stretches the length of the realm. As you struggle to understand the sensation, you grow aware of the whispers around you. Listen to them. The whispers themselves seem to travel down the tether between you and your spires, conducting that heat that feels at times unbearable. They speak of your actions, your choices, everything that led you to this place. Your name is known, your banner recognized, your deeds reported across the tiers, and the Northern Empire alike. For an instant, you can see the accumulated hope and fear these whispers represent. It appears like dewdrops settling on a leaf, and then trickling into a shared basin. This image is fed to you through your connection, a base metaphor that only hints at its true scope. There is power in these spires, though its source is unfamiliar. Were you to harness it, you suspect that nothing would stand beyond your reach. Unlocking the spire seems to have opened some deeper connection. I don't know what you've done, but standing near you warms my rusted plates, makes me feel lighter somehow. On the moments my staff and I are separated, parts of its magic grows dormant until I am once again near. That same dynamic is happening with you and the spires. They've adopted you, I guess. They certainly like you enough not to kick you out of bed. You look taller somehow, like you could command a dozen gangs without any challenges to knife you in the back. Whoa. You acquired Sunset Spire. Holy shit. Well then. Claim the remaining spires and the tiers. Well, this is a lot to fucking deal with. Huh, Fate Bind Assist. Huh, neat. No maintenance costs? Okay. Oh shit. On the subject of spires. My dear Rivan, the court is abuzz with the news of the Civil War. Representatives from the chorus and the sphere are having little shouting matches in front of Turin. The The petitioners to the court seem swept up in the talks of who will crush whom, and if when Tunon will bring down the gavel and stop the fighting. What has me more intrigued is the other story out of Vendrian's Well. Tunon sends you on what I thought was going to be a one-way trip to the well, and not only do you live, you somehow claimed the mountain spire, and you broke Tyrus's edict too. Such things make a little civil war seem so trivial in comparison, at least those who can separate the message from the noise. Tell me, what it's like to break the edict, and how it is you took control of the spire. Fatebinder Rogalis. Can I trust him? Would Rivan tell the truth, though? Yeah, Rivan will do it just to increase the trust between the court, so... Dear Regulus, Kyrus' edict simply said that an agent of the Overlord must claim Ascension Hall before Kyrus' Day of Swords. The only thing I consciously did was take charge of the battle to claim Ascension Hall. My claiming of the spire happened just moments after I felt the edict's grip release. The floor of Ascension Hall gave way, unearthing a glowing pattern buried beneath the chamber floor. Kyrus only knows how long it's been buried under the tile. As for how I actually claimed the spire, it is, perhaps, a mutual bond. The top of the spire is an old structure, a twin-timed edifice. I'll include a sketch on the back of the parchment. The structure spoke to me in sensations and images, and it seems to respond to my presence in some limited capacity. That is what happened, as best as I can think to describe it. Does any sound familiar or bring to mind any old stories or rumors? Rivan. Well, Well then. Am I able to fast travel? Says I can. What's the fast travel option? Well, it seems like you have to say. Our gang is building quite a little collection of spires, aren't we? The voices of Narat was never one for keeping strongholds, but I can never see the appeal. Why doesn't the voices like strongholds? Because there's no point in standing still. The voices prefer to keep his forces busy and on the move, with the only restful hours between dusk and dawn. Besides, fighters in motion are less likely to rise up and challenge authority. Safety in numbers. And once you get the people hunkering down to discuss their problems, suddenly everyone has a reason to kill the closest gang boss. What do you think of these spires? They're big, but make no mistake. A determined army could knock down one if they got enough shovels and picks together. They'd be so quick to assume that you're invincible. As to what they are, I try not to ask any of those questions.
What do you need?
On it.
Holy shit. Ah, I see how it works now. Oh, you choose what the spire will specialize in. Gotcha. Oh hey, Landry, what up? So where's the fast travel option? Think. Okay, there's the supplies. What do we got here? Let's see items. Well, this is interesting. Alchemist Ambro, what up? Welcome to the Spire's Infirmary, Pathfinder. As you can see, we have everything in order and under control. The Alchemist Dalton smiles. What can I do here? For to craft potions, we have an alchemy station nearby. We are, of course, producing a modest supply of potions ourselves. You have but to ask, and I'll show you what you made. What do you make of the spire? The alchemist glances around towards the edge of the spire with an anxious twitch. This is certainly an irregular place to establish our services, but so be it. At least we are removed from the front lines of this conflict, for the time being at least. What have you made for me? We have nothing for you at the moment.
A second spire has awoken to your presence. This is fascinating, and I admit enviable. If it turns out your connection to the spires invites death and woe, my jealousy might wane a bit. I've been mulling over that structure we found atop Vendrian's well. Would you be opposed to me studying the sculpture in closer detail? I'd perhaps work a spell or two near the structure. Simple cantrips of grave light by which to read and inspect, but I will not poke or shove the thing in any way physical or mystical.
If you think it is wise, you have my permission.
Thank you. Next time we have a good moonlit night, I'd best settle in and see what sort of magic perturbations I can sense from the sculpture. What is it you need?
So, your latest acquisition has me thinking about the spires some more. By all accounts, they go as far back as the old walls. Over the centuries, the nobles of the tiers have claimed the spires, but they've only ever battled over the land at the ground level of the monuments. I've never seen the glyphs of a spire light up in all my years. Not until you show up. If this were an isolated incident, I'd be confused. But it seems the spires, plural, are somehow connected to you. What's your secret?
Well, I've been studying Atuna's feet. Proclaimed effort, edicts, broken them too. I'm sure it's been exposed to all sorts of arcane powers. Alongside escapes Lantry as he sticks his quill in his mouth, chewing on the tip. His head tilts from one side to the other, muttering inchoate half-words. I always know what you're thinking.
My mind is going back to Ascension Hall. I wonder if Graven Ash or Narot had claimed it as their own, would the spire come alive for either of them the way it did for you?
The Edict of Execution was pushing for someone to claim Ascension Hall. Can't be a coincidence.
Ah, such a clever child. I can't imagine the Overlord would ever carelessly word an edict. You are right. I don't imagine Kairos leaves anything to mere coincidence.
Do you believe that the spires are connected to Kairos in some fashion?
If you're asking if Kairos built them or controls them, no. They predate all mention of Kairos, and I'm sure if Kairos could control the other spires, that fact would be shamelessly flaunted. But it occurs to me that perhaps Kairos didn't have a connection, but does now, thanks to your actions.
Are there stories of awakened spires elsewhere in Tyranny?
There are other spires, and I've heard of notable figures trying to build monuments atop or astride the spires, but nothing I've read matches the mystical connection you've made with the spire.
Have a moment? Let's talk further. Have your things? Gather your things to come with me.
Be seeing you, Fatebinder.
Oh wow, you're already level 7? Oh no, you just... Oh wait, no, you did level up. First off, let's not make you squishy. Let's see. I would love for you to have a life skill on you. Would be good to have. That makes sense. Just short. Just short of that. Nope. His lore is better than mine, funnily enough. Yeah, my lore ain't high enough for any of that. Okay, oddly enough, you're... I mean, it's not high as barracks, but surprisingly you have decent stats, question mark? Oh, well, I mean, not quite in here, but... I think... yeah. We'll see. Let's see, do you need any of these? Well, you could use the armor. might as well just do that. Because why not? Okay. Alright, fast travel. Only takes 15 minutes. Neat. Holy shit. Hello. Fatebinder, come take a look. The dirt-caked apex logo gestures to an old box at his feet. I got a Beastman coven here. I doubt that very much. You step up to the huckster and peer down into the box. It's full of assorted junk, nothing more. Before you come in, you notice him reaching for your ring belt out of the corner of your eye. Grab his hand. He makes a high-pitched squeal that echoes over expanse of the valley. I didn't mean anything by it. I promise. I just wanted to see how many rings you had, so I could adjust my prices accordingly. Your boss at your service. I come into possession of some items that might be of interest. He raises his eyebrows. That was very dishonest of you. I'll take a look at your words, but don't try that again. Holy shit. Okay. I don't want that, We need those. Let's see here. I don't need that. This is a one-handed. Yeah, don't want that. Forge-bound hammer. Save it for now. So I'll keep this one out. I'll keep it for now. There's a lot of shit I don't need. Just sell it. I'll sell those. Fatebinder Tunen. Never mind, the armor's kind of shit. Wait, what's the difference between this and... What the fuck's the difference between this and this? Sorry. Okay then. Deflection accuracy, deflection accuracy. That's a bit expensive, but... Okay. This is the most interesting set of things. Kayla begins to snap into the disfavored salute, but then seems to think better of it, bowing. A pleasure, Pathfinder. My contact at the Null provides me numerous alchemical tonics and poultices, even each far more aggressive than the products of southern herbs. She frowns slightly. I worked with the disfavored previously, but so long as you work to end this war, I'm very happy to serve you. Come from north. Her mouth forms a wide smile. Yes, proud to say. Her mouth subsides into a slight frown. I've been away for quite a while now. Hopefully many of us will be sent her back home once the tears have been taken. If Rivan Ash protects fate, I didn't devise something. That is expensive as fuck. I don't think I need it. Yeah, I think we're good. The heck's the difference between a roster and Gilla? Potions. Yeah, there's no. What the fuck? Damiro provides the infirmary with supplies to create potions. Oh, we actually need that. Does that increase the cost? No, it doesn't. Okay. Next quest list. Trial the Archons. Yep. All uncovered to the evidence will be listed here. Disfavored soldiers wanted access to the Twin Rivers Old Falls. During the conquest, disfavored soldiers killed sages and were recruited to the Scarlet Chorus. Was the Narut unleashed the Archon Siren, who sowed chaos in and even enthralled a civil soldier. The voices of Narut was using hard chin bronze to funnel weapons to the Venturing Guard. So far, equally stacked against each other. Right. To the cacophony, speak to the voice of Narut. Right. Map. Final Trail, Haven, Bastard City. Where's the cacophony? 2 days, okay. To the spot. Alright, good to have a little bit of fast travel. Bronze-clad woman in meticulously maintained attire. The leather buckles in her chest piece show fresh oil, and scales on her armor have been neatly arranged. She gives a quick bow as you approach, Fatefinder. Her expression is neutral as her tone is forced cordially. Yeah. I'm ready to serve as requested, though the apex of old is no more. I'm ready to hide to help you find its new place in the tears. Have you been in Apex in all your life? Yes, probably. There's of greater duty than to serve your country. Apex's challenges are many, and they have only rarely addressed abroad. This valley has been assaulted time and time again. What would have remained had we abstained from vigilance? What is your approach to training? Instantly resolve. First of all, we all need purpose for the fights ahead. And unless you know why you played on the battlefield, there will be also reasons to come to fear and pain and discipline. Most of all, Guard received hot-headed recruits all the time, and they would be all dead if they had charged every time their blood boiled. I like to train. I would like to increase my dueling skills if you don't mind. Right. Oh, wrong. One. Well, let's get a move on to the cacophony. The howling masses of Nerat's horde reside here amongst the dry and rocky plateaus clustered in the stone sea's outer rim. Though not resembling a traditional fortress, the Archon's chosen base of operations is a exceedingly difficult one to assault. Let's haul ass. Use the space bar to pause and unpause the game during combat to issue orders to your members and to your party members and evaluate your strategy. Neat. Message from Fate by the Rogalus. Dear Rivan. Dear Rivan. Oh, no message. Your summation is most fascinating. Thank you for sharing. You are certainly not the first to proclaim an edict. Many of us have been used to the casting of the Overlord's magic, and you're not the first to break the edict, though the list of names is a smaller, more exclusive list. What's curious, though, living in recorded memory make no mention of someone who proclaimed and shattered this of the same edict. In that regard, you're an anomaly. The bad news is, the Archons know this and will be suspicious of this distinction. Along with this parchment, I included the contact information of the Honorable Fiendbinder Myothis. an old peer of mine, and perhaps the most knowledgeable of the court. In the court on matters not taught by us by Tuna, to us by Tuna. Treat her with respect, and she will not betray your confidence. Best of luck, Rivan. I think things are about to get even stranger for you, Faintbinder Regulus. Quill in your hand, you loom over a blank sheet of parchment. You have Binder Mythis' contact information in hand and contemplate your opening words. Polite introduction. Dear Faintbinder, Dear Faintbinder Mythis, I write to you in the urging of my peer and tutor. Faintbinder Regulus has found himself a bare fit of answers, a rare condition for him, and suggested you may be the only source of answers I seek. If you will pardon the imposition, it would mean a great deal to learn of what you know of Kairos' edicts and the magic of the spires. The mountain of spire of the tears was awoken to my presence. An event had occurred in moments after I resolved an edict of Kairos, so it is critical that I learned what just happened to me and what it all means. I thank you in advance for your consideration and wisdom, Faintbinder Rivan. Let's get stealth mode.
Shh.
Alright. Actually, why should we be in stealth mode? Oh my god. Actually, why should we be in stealth mode? We're literally walking into an allied camp. Welcome to the cacophony, Fatebinder. Narach said to be expecting you. What can you tell me about the cacophony? It is the main stronghold of the Scarlet Chorus in the Tears. All chorus groups have some of their people in here. Hordes, Scarlet Furies, Blood Chanters, Bloodhounds, even the Beastmen. Everybody's got their own section at the camp. Better that way. Keeps the brawling to a minimum. We got a merchant here if you need to buy anything. There's also a quartermaster. But Narach's got to give this say before you're allowed to get your hands on tourist goods. And where may I find him? Northeast corner of the camp, near the only real buildings left. If he's not on the throne, he's wandering not too far from it. Farewell for now. What do we got here?
Good thing I keep a torsion wrench handy.
Blood-soaked mantle. Neat. I think you need that. Oh, what the hell's going on? Dalliance, sickle notch. Hello. Greetings. We need bodies, you mewling pissers. Face is red, veins popping in her neck. The Scarlet Fury screams at the horde clustered before her. She waves her arms wildly as she shouts, almost dance-like in her agility, a blade clutched in each hand. Unlike cockeyed pig nuts, these conscripts can survive a battle. One of the horde members spits a blackish mix of herbs and phlegm at the Scarlet Fury's chest. So they say to save their necks, but what's good's the word the oath breakers and cowards? Furious and nearly faster than the naked eye could follow, she slashes a returning slash. A splotch of red blooms across the off-spitter's chest, matched her fresh sputum stain. The crowd tenses like a coiled spring, ready to hurl themselves into a bloody fracas. What's going on here? Fatebinder, Yes, Fatefinder, good of you to come along. The Horde representatives sneers and streets themselves taller, feeling self-important in the moment. You just saved this Fury's neck. I find it I find it unlikely. Scarlet Furies don't surrender their necks to anyone without a fight. Your guts would have pulled around your feet before that happened. A damn slew of Oathbreakers came crawling to us less than a fortnight ago, so we trusted a lot like beastmen for a roast. Why should we welcome lies and defectors to guard our backs? The Horde member spits again, but aims to the side this time, careful to avoid hitting the Scarlet Fury. Come now, Fatefinder. You're a clever sort. Tell us your thoughts. We have to throw them in the pit like it, and let alone survivor join us. It's the way of the course, right, boss? The pit serves for merriment and to weed out the fence-suck weaklings like you. The Fury snaps at the Horde member. Turning to you, she adds, in case it would be but a waste of resources. These are part of the splinter that held off this favorite and Vendrian's well for many months. We should integrate them into my unit of Furies. Are you sure you want me to weigh in? If I do, it'll be as an envoy of the court and irrevocable for all parties involved. The Scarlet Fury and the Hawks are not of agreement. I'll be sated to just have the squabbling done with. But we can't win a war with only fishnecks, lanterns, and a sea of blood. We need skilled fighters to wield our blades. The Scarlet Chorus doesn't lack for meat to throw at the enemy, but it's always in need of experience if you ask me. Those with training should go with the Scarlet Furies. Anything less would be a waste of talent. We might be made of tearsmen, but we're loyal to Kairos. The Chorus aren't even an open cattle call to any turncoat who's got a sharpened weapon and a decent pair of boots. He licks his sooty thumb and thought. Toss them in the pit, boss. I'll donate a share of the proceeds to you. The captives would go to the Scarlet Furies to aid with the strategic military operations within the Chorus. The Scarlet Fury salutes you brusquely, but with honor. I'll see them to assign to a suicide mission at once. If the Handpeckers can survive that, then they'll be worthy of to serve my Furies. Growing the army is the only way they can win this war. We do well to remember that. Verse nods with approval. Yeah, Rivan looks at it from an objective point of view, so yeah, he would obviously agree. Anyway, oh my god, what the... You have eyes, don't you? Once they can see how busy I am? Gotcha. Noted. Let's see here. A lot of people gathering up here. Hello, fellow beastmen. I mean, I'm not a beastman myself, but I mean, I was raised by a tribe of beastmen. A lot of cheese they got. Overlord's blessings to you, Fatefinder. Regards, so on and so forth. Might there be something I can help you with for the right price? What kind of price? Usual. I help you, you help me, nothing too steep. Such as? Say if I were to give you information and you're acting on that information, then benefited me in some way or another, would be a shallow price for a nice payout, if you get what I mean. What were you up to during the war? Trying to stay alive, mostly. Heard any rumors lately? Any news of interest going around the cacophony? Nothing new, only this usual happenstances. So-and-so killing so-and-so in their sleep, and the absorbing gang, leaders from throughout the tiers entering the you-know-whose tent and never stepping out again. Your voice doesn't even leave a body. How do you think he does that? No, on second thought, I surely don't want to know. He licks his tongue over his teeth, scratches his cheek. And you did not hear so much as a whisper from me. But I heard some of his victims ended up in spikes, no? Sometimes something shows up on the spikes nearest to the voice's tent, sure. But whatever it is, you can't exactly call it a body anymore, get me? I looked at it, shed a little blood, make a few rings. Anywhere you can point me? I might have heard wind about regarding a squad disfavor that they're giving the Bronze Brotherhood a go of it near Lethian's Crossing. Could be in some rings in for you. There's certainly some fingers to be had. You wish for me to bring back some disfavored fingers? I want every finger from every hand, preferably taken before you kill the poor muckers. Do it and I'll pay 10 rings each. Don't ask me where I'm getting the rings, and I'll make it 15. What's the story behind your name, Splinter? Well, I woke up with a sharp pain shooting up my backside at one night. Are you sure you want to hear this? Go ahead. I guess it was a piece of a chair, at least as long as my forearm. A late abscess had whittled it off for a reason to stab me into my spine, only it didn't kill me though, it just gave me this damn limp. He grabs a sore spot on his lower back towards the right side, would see from either pressure from the memory. No one say it was a shoddy weapon. It did her good and dead when I stuck her in the forehead. Well then. Interesting. Dirge and Wrathrot. Just what we need. A fate finder, of course. Look, I understand my rank, but I can't bite my lower tongue when my boss man Dirge thinks to get away with crimes of such proportions without bribing me first. He grins maniacally, staring at the daggers of his gang boss even as he speaks with you. Frig you, Wrathrot. Dirge shakes his head, murdered written in his sneer. As if you settled for a rent rob a fistful of rings. Admit it, the price you want is my head, so you can stand atop of our crew. What crime is being charged? A capital one, Fatebinder, and I saw it with my own eyes. 3 nights back, Bossman snuck into and out of the old walls running Wisdom Rise. You shit-faced. Dirge barks at his subordinate. Think you can steal the throne while you're breathing around my blade in your chest? Or maybe it's your crafty, forked tongue I should carve out first. He crosses his arms over his chest, shimmering with indignation. But as he scowls, a hint of worry flickers across his furrowed brow. He licks his lips before entreating you to dismiss the complaint against him. Like I'd be dumb enough to risk my entrails scurrying about some fusty ruins. Like I don't know what they're forbidden. Scouring the old walls is just asking to incite Kairos' wrath. And I've got no death wish, either from the Bane within, or Kairos above, nor a Fatebinder or Tune before me. Dirge shifts his weight, waiting for you to speak, for an uncomfortable stretch of silence until he self-consciously scratches a patch of dry skin from his scalp. He thinks you did it. Wrathrot taunted a mock whisper, causing his gang boss to snag with a rigid anger. Yeah, it's true, I've got no proof to say what I've done nothing wrong, but you've also got no proof to say I have, because nothing's happened aside from your ill-thought lies. He shouts back at the Horde member. So, you're saying you didn't chase that sage into the old walls? That's what you're saying, boss? That you followed her, but you didn't go in? Wrathrot spits a foul grin, lips oozing and rising with each accusation. He runs the tongue over his teeth, barely containing the violence and resentment. For a moment, you could see the whites of his eyes as he blinks away the shock, but it's quickly replaced by fury. You damn well know I didn't go in. He cocks his head to you, his face flushed red as he explains. The thing is, me and Wrath had been chasing a sage player from Lethians. I guess she figured she wasn't going to slip us, so she made a beeline for the breach in the old walls. I know the law. I wasn't about to follow her in. He went his lips before continuing, but I also like to be loath to let an enemy of the Overlord slither free. So I cornered her before she could make it past the breach. This asshole right here is the one who slit her damn throat as I held her down. Now he's saying you watched me waltz into the old walls without him? Oh, come on, Fateminder, are you gonna believe that? I called you over here, I'm telling you what happened. Don't let him weasel out of a proper sentence. Did you take anything from the old walls or touch anything? Well, I fell against the exterior, struggling with the sage. The stones were cold and slick. Pretty nasty feeling against my backside as I held her still, but I never went inside. I didn't filch nothing aside from what was on a corpse. I was there. I'm not chilling that he was in the old walls. That ought to be proof enough. Don't you think, Fatefinder? You said you took something from the sage's body. Hand it over. Sigil of the influential domain. Happy, if it'll help you believe me, and blessed issue to bring this into a mess. And why are you so eager for me to sentence Dirge, Rathrot? Eager? The whole member rose at the back of his neck, ill at ease. I mean, I'm just thinking, on account of Dirge being a true criminal under Kairos' law, he really isn't fit to lead the gang no more, so somebody like me ought to be running things. You see, Fatebinder, all he has is a scheming and lies, and he'll knows if he challenges me outright. So he thought he'd excuse me of a crime even the voices couldn't dismiss. He stares icily at Rathrot. The penalty for false accusation is death by impalement. Ha! Oh, that's glorious. I can't wait to see this showing. Dirge flicks a vulgar hand gesture to his former subordinate. I'll make sure the whole gang's there to watch up close and personal. No, wait, you can't. This isn't turned out right at all. Fatefinder, please, have mercy. It was a misunderstanding, you see. That's how you do it. Leave them guessing. I wager the next one you seek out your justice might think twice about it. All the better for us. So, what's the sigil here? 90 lore? What the fuck? That's a lot. Oh my god, what the fuck? Jeez. Also, what up, Beastman? God, what's this bloody earthquake? Hello, Beastman. Nothing much. Alright.
Sorry, I can't.
Where the fuck is the voices in the world? It says it was in like the most intact buildings in the area, but I don't see any. I'm supposed to go up further? Oh, yeah, I think I'm supposed to. Yeah. Up there. So what the fuck is causing all these earthquakes? Oh, there he is. Just gonna... Hello, Seven Toes. Gotcha.
Sorry, I can't. Interesting.
Nope. Can I not talk to him? Ah, there we go. The voices of Narat regards you with an unreadable expression. Fatebinder, seems a lifetime ago that we were bandied with words of the Archon of Greybeards in the war tent. We are pleased to see you return to our fold. As if proclaiming and resolving the same edict weren't impressive enough, you found the temerity to reject Graven Ash and support our right to conquer these lands. You deserve a just reward when this is over, but it's too early to congratulate ourselves, while there's plenty of war still left to fight. What do you need to know? We're dizzy with answers. I want to ask you, tell you about the Scarlet Chorus's tenants. Tenet the First. Whatever you can claim through sheer force of will is yours for the taking. Those who think us chaotic would spend some time away from the farm and learn what it means to survive. It also means you can kill who you want. Kairos' peace extends to servants of the Empire, but these Tearsmen haven't enjoyed the pleasure of our laws just yet. Until they do, you can treat them like sport, and not even starchy old Tunin will get offended. Things will get boring real fast when the war is over. Any other rules, if you must call them that, fall under the umbrella of the basic philosophy. Take what you want, but keep what you take. I'm curious about the history of the Scarlet Chorus. And why wouldn't you be? Press a spell and let our words wriggle amongst the chaos of your imagination. The great uninformed think of the Scarlet Chorus as one of Kairos' many armies. In fact, they are our personal force. Beginning in the earliest days of our power, we cobbled together a rabble of miscreants from fleshly conquered territories. The Scarlet Chorus has always been dredged from the bottom feeders. Then there are camp followers who skulk in our long shadow. As Kairos forged the rest of the great empire, we were used to subdue any lingering resistance. Those who opposed Kairos' peace joined our howling disharmony and lived, or died, in Kairos' war. A fitting fate, is it not? At the time, Kairos set a magnanimous eye on the Tears. It was all but assumed that the Scarlet Chorus would lead the vanguard. When they answered to us, we are happy to loan their services for the Overlord's pleasure. Anything else? How do you manage an army as vast as the Scarlet Chorus? They manage themselves, of course. Men and women of grit and rise in the ranks become gang bosses. When they take too many wounds or their swords grow too heavy, another boss claims their rightful place. In all of our years, we never granted a promotion. The conscripts and slaves are free to elevate their rank, or make up a rank as they go. The only condition is that they have to strength to defend the spot they carved out for themselves. Would you tell me something about yourself? Why, we're honored that you asked. As a child, we once dreamed of standing before an endless staircase. Once you took your first step, you couldn't go back down. It's funny how much life works that way. But we suspect that isn't what you want to know. A puff of green mist whirls behind his mask, taking the form of a smile before dispersing. No, it isn't. We are the Archon of Secrets, but call us whatever you want. The stories of our real trade. Take it from us. Everyone has a story, and all are welcome in our hollow ones. He taps the side of his head. You'll have to excuse us, even if we ever seem not ourselves. Sometimes our stories bubble over the sides of the pot and spill through our mouth. Not to worry, it happens to us all. I'm actually curious about your history. By all means, then. Would you pry secrets from our green flame, or luxuriate in the calming whims of our brilliance? Well, you cannot. Every secret is as precious to us as 1,000 lies, and we will consign you to the interrogators if we find out if you find you stealing even our recipe for this hardtack. I don't wish to steal your secrets, Archon, only to learn from your brilliance. The voices of Narat regards you with an unreadable expression. Have at us then. You may question us to your heart's content. Show no mercy. Why do you speak yourself in plural form? That much should be obvious. We are multitudes, an army unto ourselves, a council of shadows babbling to be heard. Where there was one, now there are many. We are a legion, an upstream of consciousness given shape. Will and intention, we are the voices of the rot. We are a body, the green flames. Why? We are greater than your confines. No stable form can house our magnificence. The flames about his neck flare to form a regular collar. No mind could house our intellect, no body could entrap our skill. We're an all-consuming fire, unfixed and resplendent. You are an art. Smile. Yes, and you are a respectable audience. You understand us more than many have tried or ever will. Tell me about your rise to power. In our youth, we were the youngest scion of House Norat. These would be in the early years of Kairos' reign, if the numbers make up any difference to your fragile matter. The Northern Empire wasn't a bastion of order and peace as we know it today. Our gracious overlord contended with sedition and lawlessness from his subjects, from his enemies, and even from the noble house of Norat. Whispers spread, and whispers do. House Norat never lacked in petty neighbors and bitter rivals. You must remember that these were delicate years for the overlord. An accusation of treason was as damning as treason itself. Something had to be done before we fell under the shadow of our family's guilt. And how did you escape that shadow of guilt? We did what we came naturally, of course. We took initiative. Before any accusations could fly, we had our family driven to the city square and pillared among the masses of Paris's unfaithful. Before the shocked eyes of the community, we interrogated one by one, flaying their skins with tanner knives and putting their loyalties to the test. Father, mother, sisters, aunts, all of them questioned, all of them found guilty. You tortured your own family? We tortured the enemies of Kairos for the safety of the Empire. It was our ardent hope that someone would recognize the justice in our act, the uncompromising need to carve a place for ourselves outside of our unfortunate family. What city was this? In no tongue of your ear would recognize. We call it Waterlogged Marsh. You won't find our homeland on maps, but that is a story for another day. Were they guilty? We don't remember. We remember choosing to survive, and remember the sound of the skin peeling away from the muscle. The rest was formality. It was all a direct demonstration for the Overlord. This one can be trusted. A message that was gracefully received. Our devotion to Kairos was terror and pride of the community. The son of the rot had grown to something greater than our family name. In time, the Archon of Misery heard of our deeds and invited us into a better life. Rivan would shoot. Although he would not say that. It's true, Rivan would not do that for advancement, but he's gonna play along. If you truly believe so, then you're beginning to think like an Archon. And you said the Archon of Misery offered a better life. He took it upon himself to be our instructor. He taught us the beauty of agony, how to slide the knife just so, how to divide flesh with no mortal wound, how to inflict waking nightmares upon our foes. No more of our clumsy, blood-soaked efforts disrespectful. True torture is a sensory performance, staged for an audience of one. He made us an artist. We were proficient at our work. Our names spread beyond the boundaries of the child empire as people whispered in private or shrieked in fear. Whole galleries were erected to display our accomplishments, which were studied and interpreted by head-scratching scholars. Our talent with the blade, rope, and saw grew so renowned that Kairos' faithful and unfaithful alike believed it could steal truths from their minds with little more than a stare. And in time, life imitated art. Such is the beauty of Kairos' domain, that the remarkable reign of the mediocre and their talents are recognized, nourished, and perfected. Back to my previous questions. I want to ask about your power. You are a remarkable person. We must concede to your flattery, but we can't boast anything as incredible as power, can we? The green smoke behind this mask forms a crude smile. They say you're an interrogator without equal. What's your secret? Through the powers can begin to understand the voices in Raziel's minds and knowledge of his victims. You know this happened often during the campaign against the Tears. What he gains from this ability, beyond his apparent madness, is anyone's guess. You know better than to ask him about it directly. We are full of secrets, and we cannot be expected to share them with the adoring masses. Presented that you have a few of your own, and wouldn't want them brought to light. His empty green eye sockets stare with intensity. But we do love a flatterer, don't we? A kind word here and there is enough to melt the coldest hearts, of which we have several. Well, I'm ready to learn anything you teach me. Teach you? Impudent, ambitious little morsel. Our lessons come at a steep price. Chuckles, sending a gust of putrid green smoke across the gap between you. You will come to learn of us in time. Observe your workings in the cacophony. Observe our grand design. One day, our talents will be laid there for you, to bear for you. What happens after you interrogate someone? It's a transcendent experience. The subject and I, we grow to trust, depend upon, and even love each other. We have long since that pain and the intensity of our conversation made strange bedfellows. Apply together, anything can happen. You never know. One day, you might experience it yourself. Have you ever attempted to absorb another Archon? And it amuses us to no end that you would bring that up. A brave question, full of meaning, of questions, of challenge. Archon makes a determined fist and stares at you. We had the occasion to execute an Archon or two when Bleeding Mark was unavailable. This was all within the limits of the law, you understand. Someone gets an inflated sense of self-importance and decides to start their own empire, and we stand forward to volunteer our services. The experience is always less fulfilling than we had hoped. The personalities comes to us, but none of their power, or at least the potential we'd call it. Is your knowledge limitless? What a question. You know many things beyond the purview of disgusting farmers and merchants we find outside of our vaunted stronghold. Much more any of them could learn in 100 lifetimes. Well, when you know as much as we do, this will seem much obvious. He leans in uncomfortably close to whisper. Nothing is limitless, child. I figured as much. Go on then. You do well not to bore us. So what's your plan? I'm ready to talk strategy. Of course you have questions. We'd be disappointed if you didn't have any. Our first priority is to humiliate that piss bucket Graven Ash. But we'll have a better chance of it once every corner of the Tears is wearing red. Do you see our design, Fatefinder? Does our madness complement our method? We will invite every man, woman, or child who draws breath and occupies this fingernail of a peninsula to join this scarlet chorus. Conquest is a delicate matter. It needs feeding, watering, soft caressness, a lullaby before bed. We will invite the leaders of the resistance to join us, and if we have their leaders, the people will follow. We will bring them to us, yes, chiefs and assets of chiefdom. As for how you factor into these plans, that is in part up to you. We have many ingots in the fire. It's more of a question of what piques your interest. Our document of great power, the Silent Archive, rests in the Burning Library. The archive is said to hold many secrets, any of which can twist to our advantage. One of our gang bosses, the Censor, seeks entrance into this queenly treasure. Aid her in the search and dispatch her back to us with any findings. Toulon's arcane smith set up shops in Lethian's Crossing. A simple ore dredged from the heart of the Terratus, they can assemble wondrous crafts of iron. Our intellect swells are overfull with secrets, yet we are ignorant of the iron secret. Seek out the Forgebound and their masters, who even now makes for Lethian's Crossing, have sent to the cacophony. I will guarantee her protection and safeguard her knowledge. An artist such as herself needs to be shielded from the perils of war. According to the whispers of our spies, a greybeard by the name of Elian may be able to tell you more. We are nothing if not receptive to the wisdom of ages. Report us back when you're finished. Our intelligence may be of use to you. What can you tell me of the burning library? A repository of books engulfed in the flames of Kairos' edict, yet the pages refuse to burn. The sages cast a protective magic over their ancient archive. Books by the thousands lay bare for the reading, but forbidden and hot to the touch. Then there's the greatest of all, the silent archive. An intelligent living text in the archive is safeguarded by the lower depths of the library, locked away from undeserving eyes. A censor dispatched to the library seeks the archive as we speak. Tell me more about the silent archive. A construct of magic, life, and knowledge, a mere stroll to the touch, but it contains bottomless multitudes. Each library's collected words given the soil to flourish and blossom. To possess the silent archive is to carry the Venom Citadel in your back pocket. Who's the censor? Gang boss with no small standing. She takes it upon herself to be in our Department of Information. Burdened with matters of secrecy and lore, we send her into the conquered lands, and she will return with armloads of scrolls for our perusal. What do you know about this edict? Oh, don't be modest. It's its great honor to be Kairos' Faris daughter. The sages have plenty of chances to surrender, and a siege against our warning mage would have cost so many more lives. Really, it was an act of mercy. Do you have something else? Any more information about Lethian's Crossing? Is that some sort of joke? We know a great deal about Lethian's Crossing. If you let us have stewardship over the settlement, look what you've done. Given Graven Ash free run of the place, we'll leave you to clean up this mess of your own creation. The Forgebound are a true gem of the Crossing. They are keepers of secrets of iron, so we're tightly lipped bunch by nature. Anything important? Must you bore us with your incense and ponderings? Go speak with our lackey Seven Toes. She can weather the relentless assault of your curiosity. Reputation ability unlocked. Nice. Oh, yep, the sphere is back to 0. Hail, Fatebinder. The voices of Nerat ordered me to answer any of your pestering questions, so I guess that's what I'm here to do. She scoffs. Not what I call a lieutenant's work, but I'm not here to question the voices. You're clearly going places in the World 7. You should take pride in that. First looks up at the lieutenant up and down with an approving nod. She bows. It feels like a century since we ran together in Old Azure. You had more hair, I had all 10 toes, and better balance to boot. I always saw myself as more of a gang boss, but in the end I carved out this cozy little niche for myself. By the time this war is done, we'll be unrecognizable, either lining a mass grave or leading forces in either rear. So what do you need from me? How do you and Verse know each other? She was my gang boss, back when we were called the Spitted Darlings. Verse had come off her gang, the seventh-old things to herself. The bony wastrels. Oh, the mauled or eaten by beasts in the Azure. Oh, of course, you're right. Those weren't the easy days. But damn if we didn't walk away with our lives and a few stories to our name. Tell me about yourself. I started out like most Scarlet Horse raps, conscripted off the farm and armied with a pitchfork. take me long to warm up to the idea of Tyrus' army. We had more freedom than the Tears ever allowed. I've never been opposed to joining the winning side. I didn't want to see the whole war from the front lines, so the first order of business was to kill my gang boss and take his place. Easily done. He was a louse. I ran with at least half-dozen gangs since the start of the conquest, and followed me all the way to the cacophony. It's not an easy life, but there's no lack of amusement to be had, and plenty of opportunities for advancement. If you're curious to how I got this gig, you check out the previous lieutenant over there. She thumbs over to the small figure impaled on the pike. Her voice is a sucker for ambition and clever solutions to her problem. And what do you think of the voices in the route? He's the boss, he calls the shots, and I follow. I don't ask a lot of questions. She glances around, uncomfortable. I'll say this as much, you don't want to insult him, especially when he's going on about his art. He takes that sort of thing personally. Not that you could really tell under that great bronze helmet of his. Do you enjoy the work of the Scarlet Chorus? I enjoy surviving, and right now the course is the way to do it. Just favor don't allow foreigners into the Legion until the war is over and the Tears are under Tyrus' heel. It's red or dead. I never suspected I would have a taste for the work until I got started at the front lines. Something about carving a path through your enemies and watching the army grow behind you is just satisfying. It makes me feel good to belong to something. I have a few questions about my first task. Go ahead. Can't you have the voices of Narat voices bidding uninformed? He is not what you'd call a perfectionist, at least by our understanding of the word, but it's nice to have his orders understood. Well, Lethian's Crossing sounds like a fine prospect. You'll hit Lethian's Crossing if you aim towards the Sunset Spire. Not even our dumbest gang could miss it, but you're already good at tracking down spies, aren't you? She winks. Careful of his favorite out there. I'm sure they'll protect their iron with a mother's frenzy. Walk back to the cacophony when you're done. Check in with the old man, Eldian. He said he'll be a useful fellow. Oh my god. Wow, everybody suddenly just spiked up in power. Holy shit. Okay, Vengeance Wells, it's a bar, blah blah blah. Bring back the leader of the Forge Bound. Okay. Right. What the? What happened to my... What? What happened to my magic? What the fuck? What happened to my magic? The fuck? Oh, it's because of the place I'm in. Where am I? Oh, well, that explains a lot. Right. Oh my god, what's with all these earthquakes? It's probably because of the Edict of Stone, and it seems like it seems to be interfering with our ability to cast.
Can't do that.
Unfortunately. Oh my god.
Can't do that.
Sigil of Passion. Okay then. Let's do. Scarred from battle. Oh shit. Uh-oh. Hi there. Kills in shadow. Before you towers a massive creature of fur and flesh, her short black snout snuffling in the air.
Know this scent. Stench of blood, sweat, battle, iron and death. Smells like alpha. Smells of strength.
The
But
beast,
is male.
the beast woman cocks her head to one side, eyes bright with curiosity and red as fresh blood. Those eyes roll up to your body, up and down, darkening with a sudden heat, with look that a predator bestows its prey.
Smells good. Smells feral. Reeks like kith. Want to hunt, claim, kill, rot. Want.
Massive jaw parts and a mauve tongue lolls over the side with her yellowed fangs. Thick drool drips to the ground. Both fear and loyalty? The beast woman sits back on her haunches, spindly, clawed fingers groom the pelt of her neck. She tilts her massive white head to the side, watchful.
Have been stalking human centrail. Have ranged many more than 5 nights through tribe and human territories of Tyr's land, hunting for human called Fate Binder. For human who woke Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire. Have hunted hot high, cold low, wet dry. Traipsed far until paws bled, but always human who smelled of alpha evaded beast woman. Had to slink through shadows, fast, quick, without rest to catch delicious prey at last.
She tones her blade sharp, discolored, fangs, and exhales a pleasured growl. Your markings. You must be for the Shadow Hunter tribe.
Fate Binder knows tribes of beast women. Curious human. Male who smells of alpha and knows of Shadow Hunter tribe. Best tribe. Lost tribe of kills in shadow.
Her eyes pin you with lust, the look of a wolf that's found a hare. Well, I'm not looking for conflict. I merely want to continue on my way.
Beast woman did not range so far, chasing scent and tracks of Fatebinder, only to step aside and watch human leave Beast woman behind.
She snarls.
Nope. Will not move from way.
Explain yourself, Beast Woman. What is it that you wish?
Humans.
She hacks. The beast woman's nostrils flare wide and her eyes brighten with amusement.
No human called Fatebinder. Kairos breeds words on paper. Fatebinder binds words to earth and sky, makes ground tremble, makes night cry, blood and fire.
Why would a beast woman know of Tulin's Fatebinders?
Human is not first Fatebinder. Kills and Shadow has hunted.
She chops, starkly amused.
Tribes of Kairos fear Fatebinder. Human Alpha claimed Horizon Rock called Spire, and Archons did not kill Fatebinder. Archons rolled over and whined, covetous.
And what is your point, beast woman?
Kairos hunts human realms to extinction. Rules tribe of blood and ruin, starvation and death. Seeks to slaughter beast women like prey. But beast women are not prey. Are not flighty, feeble-minded humans.
Kills in shadow spits a gobble of tawny mucus on the ground.
Beast women are savage hunters. Bred to fight kill rot, like Fatebinder who smells of alpha. Strong always kill weak, then grow weak. Nor killed is migration of life. But kills in shadow is not weak now. Will not be weak for many long seasons. Will join Fatebinder and survive Kairos' tribe.
If you wish to join me, you'll have to be as my beta.
Kills in shadow is not beta. But even alphas submit to stronger-willed primas. Many packs make a tribe. Is this not a thought humans also understand? Beast Woman will follow Fatebinder. Will not dominate. Unless Fatebinder begins to smell weak.
Very well. But keep your nose to yourself. The beast woman huffs and turns to address her pack.
Kills in shadow will not shelter stone whelps anymore. Scamper, run, flee! Do not want to see shadows lurking, stalking behind. Barb cleft his leader now.
The pack hesitates, causing Kills in shadow to emit a low, menacing growl.
Will not like if Kills in shadow catches sight or scent of stone mongrels again.
You know, to be completely honest, Eb, you've been kind of lacking. Yeah, being completely honest, you're kind of lacking. Very hard to. Well, we need actually, that's for sure. Yeah, we need a healer. No problem.
I'll tack homeward. See you there.
Holy shit, 5 points. Gonna make you more tanky. Strike falsely with the weapon, dealing damage, stunning the target armor for an extended duration. Proves on all damage. Take Titan. What's your skills right now? Good at unarmed combat. Oh. Strong, not gonna lie. What do I give you? What do I give you? I also have to give you health potions. You need those. Yeah, she is tanky as fuck.
On it.
Well, let us continue. Got a motherfucking beastman on our side. Well, beast woman on our side. Some subtle spire. Let's continue. Rivan, do you remember your training under Bleeding Mark? I remember mine. Funny to think that you and I are about a century apart. But to Bleeding Mark, we were all children. I'm now the oldest of the court's children, and I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worthy of shuffling away in the archives. If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure to find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of why I am where I am is that I kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kyros's edicts twice. To decline but meant death, but to accept means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kyros's most powerful weapon is not the edict. It's her ability. Wait, Kyros is a she? Okay then, I thought it was a he. It's her ability to hold us the rope, and we are willing to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? What's your inquiry, and I will answer the best I can. Fate by the Myothis. Ask about the spiders. Dear Myothis, it seems wise to know one's domain. And seeing as I am now the master of the mountain spire, I ought to learn all I can. And if you would share with me all that you know of spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and I've observed so far. The mountain spires seem to awaken at about the same instant that Kyros's edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out all of my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire. What seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. A atop its spires, an old sculpture of sorts. It seemed to be the core of the spire's mystical energy. I've been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. Seems odd to describe it as talking to me. That seems to be the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? Are there other spires in the world? Correct. There are other spires in the world. Correct.
What is it you need?
The mirror looks towards the stone sea. This is the furthest I've been from my home in the Halfgate. He takes in a deep breath. There, here's a lot cleaner. It'll help you with the herb's potency. You can imagine the difficulties you had with the edict in the stone sea. Why did you leave Halfgate and offer your services to me? I made it good with the few resources I had, but eventually, even the little I had ran out, I closed up shop, and that's when I decided to take my skills elsewhere. Don't disrespect my work, Fatefinder. What have you made for me? Let me show you. Thank you. Anything? Nothing. Okay. Let's have a chat with Beast Woman. The Beast Woman squats on our haunches, her bowed back and face forward, tilts towards us, and oh, what the fuck? My phone is not. Why is my phone low on battery? It's plugged in. Hold on a second. There we go. The Beast Woman squats on our haunches, back bowed and face tilted forward as she meticulously grooms between the long, calloused fingers of one paw. A mauve tongue laves the blood from her glistening claws. She glances up, a jerky-style movement at your approach, but there's no fear in her. Only reaction, instinct, only a readiness to strike.
Fatebinder wants Beast Woman?
A reek of an unwashed feral animal, bloodied and battle-worn, sways at you like a wet blanket, and you breathe through your mouth to keep from wrenching. Any good hunts lately?
Good, yep. And many more than 5.
The Beast Woman flexes and trails her claws in the air, the pitch blackness of them suddenly striking, a stark reminder of their power, their ability to kill.
Waded up deep, murky stream near disfavored camp. Paw pawed in mud of bank, but did not leave tracks. Crept low and quiet to tent flap, scenting with tongue. Caught ironclads and dragged, squirming like hurt rabbits, into cold black depths of river.
She grins, boastful and filled with bloodlust.
Disfavored cannot swim like Beast Woman, only can sink.
I would like to spar with you if you play.
Beast Woman gets to play fight with Alpha?
She immediately picks up, salivating and snarling happily as she rises on hind legs and swipes several practice swings to limber up. She displays her dark claws wide and pins you with eager, blood-thrilling stare.
Come!
Bring it! Before you can even step with a single foot, the Beast Woman surges for you without warning. Without waiting, tackling you hard about the waist. The force of her weight slams into you. Her muscled shoulder rammed into your gut, and you both tumble into the ground in a tangle of limbs and hair and claws. Head butter. Hands gripping her hairy shoulders to steady yourself. You ram your forehead as hard as you can into her swarthy snout. Bone crunches audibly, and Crimson Shadow howls, rearing back as the blood spates down from the front of her chin and throat. She gnashes her red-tinged fangs, pained and furious, and looking for a moment as if she may be very well tear your throat out, but then she licks the blood coating her lips and grins you dangerously. Beast Woman likes fighting with Alpha. She purrs in carefully, sensually crawls back from you. If you're going to follow me, I'd like to know more about you. Kills in shadows, puffs her hairy, naked teats out.
Am best hunter.
She bows, scratching one idly.
Am last of tribe. Tribe who killed king vipers, Alarion, and thorn stags extinct. Am alpha. Brood mother. Can smell earthblood like mystic. What else does Alpha to Kills and Shadow long to know?
How did you end up with the Stone Stalkers?
Am not Stone Stalker.
The beast woman snarls. She bristles, flexing her back and shoulders before settling back on her haunches.
Lost tribe. Left Haven lands. Migrated east. Was alone long time. Hunted many humans. Killed. Raged like undying fire. Then found pack of stone whelps. Caitiffs, outcasts of tribe, who needed Alpha.
Could your tribe have been that different? I've run afoul of many a beastman in my day, and I find nothing that distinguishes their savage numbers.
Stay and see. Will think Kills and Shadow memorable when insides are being ripped, slow dripping from ironclad shell.
If you're not a Stone Stalker, why were you leading a pack of beastmen from my tribe?
Is true. Am Shadow Hunter from Havenlands, but am last of tribe.
She dips her head in thought, long tongue having dried from the blood running from her bottom lip. She worries the lip between her fangs and bright, fresh blood beads anew.
After tribe was slain, Kills and Shadow loped to Stone Lands, stalking on long hunt for disfavored, but soon became needed by weak whelps, by stone stalkers who had been slaves and had not learned how best to fight.
And how did you get your name, Kills and Shadow?
Best hunter is clever hunter. Stalks slow and soft. Pad, silent. Strikes fast. Kills without hesitation.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like a born killer.
Did not kill out of mother's womb. All whelps suckle first, learn later. Beast woman's first blood was in second season after birth.
Kills and Shadow hacks, a clear sign of her amusement. I'd like to know more of your tribe. Insufficient. Damn it. Her lips peel back in a sneer and growls from the low back of her throat. Let's talk about the matters.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
I wish for your opinion on something. Kills and Shadow. What does he want? The beast woman sits back on her haunches. She stretches under her hairy teat. Then the next, snuffling out at the air, head bobbing lightly, her red eyes slide closed with contentment.
Fatebinder has good musk. Smells of bloodlust, of predator, of savage strong alpha. Is good to ask beast woman for advice. Even strong alpha needs cunning of bulwark at side.
What do you think of any others in the pack? Her red eyes darken cunning, and she shifts her stance. Hungry lies to spring and attack, but rather than a strike. She rakes her clawed fingers, her thinking what's insane.
A brazen, callow, are not as savage fast keen as beast woman, but are not weak. Fatebinder whelped good, tough pack.
She bows as she thinks, gaze, snare, daring about, watchful. What are your thoughts on Landtree? She shakes at her lactic, dark mane, and breast refuses to answer. Barrack.
Beast woman does not like disfavored, but Kills and Shadow likes Barrack. Will not kill human yet. Want to hunt good and long, make bleed, scream, writhe, mangle before kill.
You know, I just realized, it seems like, Seems like the disfavored legion hate the fucking beastmen. They seem to discriminate them a lot.
Human is tough like stone wall. Is hidden behind iron's shadow where beast woman cannot smell or scout weakness. But is noisy like crashing boar. Easily stalked.
This is the first time since Stalwart that I've felt vulnerable. I don't fear swords or spears, but this beast is something different.
Verse?
Good hunter. Reeks of blood to death. Is savage swift like beast woman.
That's a higher compliment to the beast than to me, but I appreciate the thought.
Ebb?
Human brood mother. Mystic.
Tilts the shadow, tilts her head to one side as if listening intently to the sound discernible only to her ears.
Is strong. Breathes in gusts like ocean gale.
The first time I've been called a broodmother. Though it's not wholly inaccurate. Twins count as a brood of 2, right? Well, I'm mostly certain you meant that as a compliment, so thank you.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Right. How do I change your tactics? Hold on.
Fate binder won't. Best. Fate binder has many allies. More enemies. What now does...
I might find the tactics again. Ah, shit. Where's party tactics? No, not that. Well, I guess I can. Actions. Zero tactics. You have 1 health. Let's see. Where's your tactics? Where's your tactics? Where is your tactics? Hey, you don't have one. What the hell? Oh no, that's armor. That's completely different. Where the fuck is your armor? I mean, where the fuck is your... Where the hell's your tactics thing? Trying to figure out... No. Where is your tactics thing? What's this? Ah, there we go. Assassin. Immediately find the weakest prey and travel towards it. Surely is specific to Brawler. No. Go for the weakest one, because that's the best tactic we got. Aggressive. There we go. Aim. Alright. Well. That shall be the end of our stream today. Hope you had a good day. Farewell.